International Conference, Africa Day, co-organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia and the London-based Chatham House Africa Program and the European Commission. Spoštovani udeleženci 10. jubilejne mednarodne.
Dear participants at this 10th Africa Day International Conference, Cooperation for Clean Water for All. My name is Natalia Al-Mansour. I am head of the Department for Africa and the Middle East, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. I will be chairing this introductory part of the conference. The Africa Day International Conference has been taking place from 2011. It has been organized under the auspices of the President of the Republic of Slovenia, His Excellency Borut Pahor, and within the Bled Strategic Forum. The aim of this high-level event is to enhance the cooperation and understanding at different levels between Slovenia and African states and between Europe and the African continent. I'm glad that in this 10 years of existence, this high-level conference has become renowned, has been attended by high-level guests from Africa and from Europe, as well as from different European institutions and from the civil society and the economic sector. I would like to thank in the introduction our club of former ambassadors and the African Forum, who gave this initiative 10 years ago to start with this event marking the establishment of the organization known today as the African Union. The main event and the main topic of this conference is comprehensive water management. After the welcome addresses, we will have two sessions, two panel discussions, focusing on reaching better results in water management, water infrastructure innovations, and creativity as one of the drivers of sustainable development. We are also very happy that this conference is also enriched by a cultural program prepared by representatives of the African diaspora in Slovenia. They presented a program, Africa, My Africa. I would like to thank the Association Baobab, Rhythm of Africa, and Studio 55, who prepared this program. In this introductory part, we will hear a video address by President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor, then an introductory speech by Dr. Anže Logar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Barbara Creasy, Minister of the Environment for Forestry, Fishery and the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Aissata Talsal, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Senegalese Abroad, Ms. Jutta Urpilainen, Commissioner for International Partnership, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, Mr. Augusto Santos Silva, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Senegalese Republic, Ms. Aissata Talsal, and Mr. Pekka Haavisto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland. Again, a very warm welcome to all of us being with us directly or through Zoom. I would like to warn you that the conference is being recorded and the list of participants and speakers is available on our website and also in your chat box on Zoom. And now I have a great honor and pleasure to introduce the welcome keynote address by President of the Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Borut Pahor.
Spoštovani ministri, ekscelence, dame in gospodje. V veliko čast in veselje mi je, da vas lahko nagovorim na jubilejnem 10. dnevu Afrike. Dan Afrike od leta 2012 dalje vsako leto povezuje predstavnike slovenskega političnega, gospodarskega in kulturnega življenja s predstavniki afriških držav. Omogoča iskanje načinov za tesnejše dvostransko sodelovanje ter za lažje in učinkovitejše spopadanje z globalnimi izzivi. Dan Afrike je postal pomembna oblika in sredstvo za krepitev sodelovanja in partnerstva, ne le med Slovenijo in afriškimi državami, pač pa tudi med našimi evropskimi partnerji. Zelo pozdravljam odločitev, da se s to lepo in pomembno tradicijo nadaljuje kljub omejitvam, ki nam jih povzroča pandemija COVID-19. No, upam, da bo prihodnje srečanje že potekalo znova v živo. Še posebej toplo pa pozdravljam usmeritev razprav na Dnevu Afrike v trajnostni razvoj in učinkovitejše spopadanje s podnebnimi spremembami. Temu je namenjeno letošnje srečanje, katerega nosilna tema je voda. Gre za izjemno pomembno temo, ki ji moramo posvetiti maksimalno pozornost. Tako v Sloveniji, Evropski uniji, Afriki in vse povsod po svetu. Pogosto se zdi, da zlasti v državi, kot je zelena in z naravnimi danostmi obdarjena Slovenija, to ni pereča tema. A že dolgo ni več tako. Čedalje bolj se tudi pri nas zavedamo pomena dobrega upravljanja z vodami. Dostop do pitne vode in sanitarij je pomemben cilj trajnostnega razvoja in pogoj za uveljavitev Pariškega podnebnega sporazuma. Slovenija je pravico do čiste pitne vode zapisala v ustavo in uravnavanju voda namenja posebno skrb. Marsikje drugje so vodni viri še bolj omejeni. Vem, da se v prenekaterih afriških državah že soočate z izzivi povezanimi z vodo. Dostop do pitnih virov in upravljanje z njimi je za mnoga okolja tudi varnostni izziv. Zato vedno pozivamo k sodelovanju pri upravljanju z vodnimi viri. Spoštovani visoki gostje, Slovenija bo čez dober mesec dni začela svoje polletno predsedovanje Svetu Evropske unije. Tudi v tej vlogi bo sodelovanju Evropske unije z Afriko namenila vso potrebno pozornost. Prepričan sem, da bo tokratna izvedba Dneva Afrike še okrepila sodelovanje Slovenije s posameznimi afriškimi državami ter Afriško unijo. Hvala, želim vam uspešno delo.
As mentioned by President Pahor, the topic of today's conference is of utmost importance. It requires our maximum attention. The words of our presidents are encouraging us to enhance our efforts and to enhance our cooperation and dialogue with the African Union and the African countries. We also wish to organize the next conference live in person here in Ljubljana. But now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, Dr. Anže Logar. The floor is yours. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome at this special 10th International Conference, Africa Day. I'm particularly glad to be able to welcome so many representatives of African and European countries and organizations. I'm particularly honored by the presence of the African Union Commissioner, Ms. Josefa Leonel Correa Sacco, and the European Union Commissioner, Ms. Jutta Urpilainen, Minister Barbara Krisi, Minister of the Environment, Forestry and Fisheries of the Republic of South Africa, and Minister Aissata Tall Sall, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Senegal. I'm also glad to have video messages by Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Portugal, Dr. Augusto Santos Silva, and of Finland, Mr. Pekka Haavisto. I'm so glad that we are joined by numerous ambassadors of African and European countries and representatives of international organizations. Your presence sends a clear message that we all share a common goal, enhancing dialogue and deepening our cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, for 10 years, Slovenia has been organizing this international conference, Africa Day. From the very beginning, this has been a forum of exchange of information and opinions with our partners. This conference is also an important platform for connections between companies, NGOs, universities. It encourages dialogue, cooperation, and partnerships. It also enhances European and African ties, which are beneficial to our citizens. In the last 10 years, we have discussed many pertinent topics. We have encouraged numerous partnerships also between Slovenian and African companies. We have always strived to have an inclusive conference, to encourage people-to-people contacts and to include cultural events as well. Today, despite all the limitations and restrictions, we've been able to include a special cultural program. Our discussions in the past have dealt with many political issues, common priorities and challenges, including good governance, sustainable future, climate policies, green economy, and youth employment. This is why we take great pride in our tradition, 10-year-long tradition, and the achievements, and also the friendships. At today's conference, we will be discussing a very important resource, often neglected: water. World water resources have been under strain, and the need for water will increase even further with the increase of the population and the economy. According to the UN, by 2040, the world requirements for water will be 40% over the capacities, and climate change will further increase this competition. If we put this issue on the side, the consequences for the development, for our humanitarian goals and peace will be detrimental. It is worrying to see the increasing strain on water resources, especially on the African continent. To improve access to water and to prevent any tensions, we need to ensure a just, equitable, and fair access to water for all. We need to improve the efficiency of water management, especially in agriculture. And we need to introduce comprehensive water management based on intersectoral approaches to encourage different ecosystems, both at the national and cross-border level. To enforce all of this, we need a clear commitment to enhance our activities in funding, in data management, capacities and innovation, and we need good management. According to the UN, we would need to increase 4 times our efforts if we wanted to realize the 6th Sustainable Development Goal by 2030, ensuring access to water and sanitation for all. If we fail to reach this goal, we will have difficulties reaching all the other goals and objectives of the Sustainable Development Agenda by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, water is a strategic resource of the 21st century. It requires a comprehensive approach if we want to keep it also for the future generations. In Slovenia, we have rich water sources, and I'm very proud that the right to safe drinking water has been enshrined in our constitution. Water is also one of the traditional foreign policy priorities in Slovenia. Slovenia will take over for the 2nd time the presidency of the Council of the EU in about a month. We will do everything in our power to include a comprehensive approach to water in all aspects of the foreign activity of the EU in our development, humanitarian and peace efforts. We will encourage EU institutions and member states to support initiatives in water as one of the key tools to increase the resilience and overcome crises. We will also stress the key role of water as an instrument of peace, of regional cooperation, and a source of innovation and solutions at the local level. Slovenia is also striving for faster activities and ambitious goals in the run-up to the 2nd Conference on Water organized by the UN in July in 2023. The July conference, the international conference, will be organized in Bonn, and the 9th World Forum on Water, organized in Dakar, are also part of these preparatory events in the run-up to the conference 2023. We will strive for synergies and to reach common political messages. All these efforts are in accordance with the Slovenian priority of enhancing dialogue on multilateralism and also the cooperation between the European Union and the African Union. I firmly believe that regular exchange of opinions in this area would be beneficial both for Europe and for Africa. And this is why our ministry promotes cooperation with the African continent. The private sector as well should play an important role in ensuring sustainable and just access to drinking water. This is why we will have selected Slovenian companies presenting their innovative approaches and cases of cooperation in sustainable water management in Slovenia and Africa. We hope that today's conference will contribute to these efforts. Having clear commitments is necessary, but we also need to focus on concrete issues and questions. And this is why I'm happy to note that Slovenia has upgraded bilateral activities that allow us even closer cooperation with African countries. Africa Day is one of the key forums for exchanging and encouraging this cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me say how grateful I am to be able to organize this conference with two important partners, the London Chatham House and the European Commission. I would like to thank both the institutions for their contributions, and I wish you all a successful conference. I'm looking forward to the positive results of our future cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Logar. Thank you for your kind words. These words will be a guiding principle for all our discussions. You've underlined the role of water as a key tool for enhancing resilience and helping us overcome the crisis we are facing. Water is also an instrument of peace and of regional cooperation. It can also be a source of innovation and solutions.
Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission, for her speech. Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. I was trying to unmute my micro. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Good morning, every one of you. Good morning, every one of you from Addis Ababa, depending on your geographic location. Good afternoon, wherever you are. His Excellency Hans Logar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, High Excellency Barbara Christie, Minister of Environment of the Republic of South Africa, High Excellency Aissata Talsal, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Senegal, Dr. Alex Vine, Chatham House, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Happy African Day, Excellencies. Although it was yesterday, but we are still commemorating the African Day. Permit me, Mr. President, to first and foremost convey to Your Excellency and all the dignitaries at this joyous occasion, the warm greeting and best wishes of His Excellency, Mr. Moussa Faki Mohamed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, to this esteemed conference organized by the Republic of Slovenia to commemorate the 10th African Day on every special topic, on very special topical issue, collaboration for clean water for all. African Europe engagement towards sustainable development goal number 6. I have the honor and privilege to deliver this keynote address on behalf of the African Union Commission. Our gratitude goes to His Excellency Mr. Borut Pahor, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, and the good people of the Republic of Slovenia for this noble gesture. I also would like to applaud the organizer, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, the European Commission, and the Chatham House Africa program for the excellent preparation towards this unique and timely event. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the theme of of this international conference is very distinctive, as water and sanitation are at the very core of sustainable development, people of the planet. Nearly everyone of the 16 other sustainable development goals relies in some way on water, sanitation, and hygiene. Critically, the United Nations General Assembly recognizes access to safe water and sanitation as human rights. Lack of access to safe, sufficient, and affordable water, sanitation, and hygiene facility has a devastating effect on the health, dignity, and prosperity of billions of people. Safely manage water, sanitation, and hygiene service human health during infectious diseases outbreak, including the current COVID-19 pandemic. The World Health Organization's #1 recommendation protective measures against the coronavirus is to wash hands frequently with soap. Ensuring the availability of safe water for all is clearly vital to keep up the fight against the spread of COVID-19 and future pandemics. Yet many people in Africa still lack adequate clean water. Basic sanitation, hand washing practices, and funding is limited in Africa. It has been estimated that about 63% of people in the main cluster of the virus find it hard to access basic water services and cannot wash their hands. An estimated 70 to 80% of the region's disease are attributed to poor water quality, with dysentery and cholera among the leading causes of infant mortality. Building back better from COVID-19 is therefore an opportunity that should stimulate stronger collaboration between Africa and Europe on clean water and sanitation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, many special ministerial sections were similarly held by the African Union Commission to address the complex effect of COVID-19 pandemic on a wide range of sectors in Africa. I am elated to inform you that the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment also convened a special section of ministers responsible for environment and natural resources under the auspices of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water, and Environment from the 9th to 13 November 2020. The ministerial section adopted a declaration that is crucial for providing key resolution on the post-COVID recovery measures. The meeting further proposed programs and action for building back better. On this note, I wish to reiterate that the African Union Commission is poised to invite the EU and the international partners to support the Commission in implementing this program and action to address COVID-19. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the UN General Assembly, in recognition of the growing challenges of water scarcity, declared 2018-2028 as the International Decade for Action on Water for Sustainable Development. To this end, this 10th African International Conference should be an avenue to strengthen cooperation between the two continents to mobilize action that will accelerate the African water and sanitation agenda in accordance with the UN water action decades to promote efficient water usage, water, food, energy, environment nexus, and involvement of all stakeholders, government, private sector, social, civil society groups, including women, children, young people, older persons, persons with disability, indigenous peoples, and local community. Excellencies, distinguished delegates. In the same disposition and strength, the third session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water, and Environment, held in October 2019, adopted a decision to convene an AU summit on water and sanitation on the margin of the 9th World Water Forum in Senegal, which is now scheduled to hold in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I am delighted to inform you that the African Union Commission, in collaboration with the African Ministers' Council on Water, AMCAO, and the Republic of Senegal, have commenced preparation. The summit will hopefully adopt a declaration that will give impetus to improve water and sanitation in Africa, and also come up with intervention and action to build the capacity of member states and regional economic community to rapidly transit from early warning to early action, taking into account the COVID-19 pandemic and also facilitating water security for peace and development. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I wish to conclude this address by acknowledging the excellent collaboration of the African Union Strategic Partnership. I have no doubt that the partnership will continue to grow. We are counting on the cooperation to support the International Decade for Water Action, through which we will roll out pertinent programs to enhance access to water and sanitation in African countries, and also promote ending open defecation in Africa to achieve the African Water Vision 2020. The SDG Goal 6 and 13, and water and sanitation goals of African Agenda 2063. Finally, I wish to reiterate the unflinching commitment of the African Union Commission to continue to engage with all relevant multi-stakeholders in advancing the African water and sanitation agenda. I wish you all successful deliberation as I look forward to the productive outcome of this virtual conference. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Merci beaucoup. Muito obrigada. Shukran. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner, Ambassador, for your words. Happy Africa Day to you too. Of course, we forgot yesterday, it was the big celebration. Actually, as we have said, the Africa Day conference started on to be a celebration of the Africa Day in Slovenia. We are also very pleased that you shared with us your words, and that we can see that we share priorities, be it on addressing challenges to water with relation to water, and be it on the need to strengthening cooperation between Europe and Africa, as our Foreign Minister, Dr. Logar, has already stressed. I was happy that you mentioned all the preparations for the summit in Dakar. This is why we're also happy that we have with us our Foreign Minister of Senegal. So I think there is a big conversion in opinions and in work that we're doing together. So thank you so much, Commissioner. And now I'm also very pleased that we have with us Minister Barbara Creasy, Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment of the Republic of South Africa. Republic of South Africa is an important bilateral partner of Slovenia, and we're extremely pleased to be able to listen to your words, Madam Minister. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of our session. and allow me to greet all participants and also to wish you happy Africa Day. Even though, as my colleague said, Africa Day was yesterday. Allow me to acknowledge Your Excellency, Dr. Anze Logar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia, my sister from the African continent, Your Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sacco, Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Ambassador Rina Kionka of the European Union, other excellencies and ambassadors present here today, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to start by expressing my profound gratitude and appreciation to the government of the Republic of Slovenia for organizing the high-level 10th Africa Day International Conference. We meet at a time when the world is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to adversely affect public health around the world. The pandemic has destroyed people's lives and livelihoods. COVID-19 has slowed down the growth of the world's economy and left many jobless. It has led to more countries closing their borders, resulting in global economic activities such as tourism and trade being downscaled. The COVID-19 pandemic will have a lasting impact on our ability to meet the continental development aspiration as contained in the African Union's Agenda 2063. However, the continent has also made remarkable progress in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Be that as it may, Africa needs urgently to implement its vaccine strategy with a focus on acquisition and financing in order to fully control the spread of the virus. We thank the European Union for its donation of the COVID-19 testing equipment to the African Union, and the 6.8 billion euros worth of funding allocated to Africa in support of our efforts aimed at addressing health crises, humanitarian needs, as well as alleviating the social and economic consequences of the pandemic. Excellencies, we urge the European Union to support the call by the developing world, including Africa, to ensure that once the COVID-19 vaccines have been developed, all countries have equal access to these life-saving medicines. Increased trade and investments between the European Union and Africa will also assist in speedy economic recovery for most African countries. The implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area will provide opportunities for both regions to expand their trade relations further. The AU adopted the Continental Digital Transformation Strategy, which should form the framework for EU's engagement. In post-COVID times, the continent more than ever needs its e-government services, virtual education facilities, telemedicine, among other key aspects of the transformation in order to lessen the possibility of future waves and outbreaks. For that purpose, investment, skills, and support to policy reform are needed, with a particular emphasis on students and entrepreneurs in this field. The continent needs the European Union's support in calling for a waiver for the duration of the pandemic, which allows for all countries to suspend the protections to intellectual property holders provided in the TRIPS agreement. Excellencies, it is appropriate that the theme for this year's Africa Day International Conference focuses on the collaboration between Africa and Europe in accelerating progress on a comprehensive approach to water, that contributes to the peace, development, humanitarian nexus. It is absolutely true that this resource is critical for socio-economic development, stability, and the protection of ecosystems everywhere. But competition for water is increasing as populations grow and the consequences of climate change take effect. AU and EU member states have backed the Paris Agreement. Cooperation should therefore center around commitments made in that agreement based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Achieving SDG 6 and other water-related goals requires coordinated and consolidated efforts of all stakeholders through different mechanisms. To support these efforts, the United Nations General Assembly has proclaimed that the period 2018 to 2028 as the International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development, and urged member states and stakeholders to use it as a platform for policy dialogue, exchanges of best practice, and building partnerships to address water issues at all levels. Excellencies, it should also be said that the strategies for the transformation and recovery of world economies requires countries to take advantage of partnerships that are mutually supportive. The partnership of the AU and the EU can thus be maximized for the mutual benefit of both our continents. Traditionally, the scope of this partnership focused on peace and security, migration, democracy, human rights, and good governance, at the expense of socio-economic challenges like education, water and sanitation, infrastructural development, energy, and continental integration. South Africa supports the AU decision that the AU-EU continent-to-continent partnership should continue post-2020, building on the joint AU-EU strategy adopted in Lisbon in December 2017, and the declaration of the AU-EU summit held in November 2017 in Abidjan, in order to advance the Agenda 2063 and its priorities in respect to peace and security, development, the African Continental Free Trade Area, migration, and climate, amongst others. Let me conclude by saying that international solidarity and multilateral cooperation between the EU and Africa will be key, amongst others, to defeating the water resource challenges and the COVID-19 pandemic, and will allow us to rebuild our economies after the devastation brought forth by this pandemic. I look forward to fruitful deliberations that will add value and will deepen our strategic partnership between our continent and the European Union. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your words. You have highlighted the very important joint efforts in fighting the pandemic, and as well as stressed on the work that needs to be done post-COVID, especially with regard to the socio-economic topics. And we really hope that the upcoming high-level meetings between the EU and AU will allow us to strengthen this cooperation. And we are looking forward to be part of those high-level meetings. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you all to listen with us to the video messages. Vabim vas k ogledu video sporočil Evropske komisarke za mednarodna partnerstva gospe Jytte Urpilainen ter zunanjih ministrov Portugalske, Senegala in Finske.
We'll hear video messages by Commissioner Jytte Urpilainen, Portuguese Foreign Minister, and Finnish Foreign Minister.
Your Excellencies, dear friends, Water is the most precious of our resources. It connects society, economy, and environment. Yet billions of people worldwide lack the basic access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. So let me be clear. Water must be in the center of our sustainable development agenda. Nowhere are stakes as high as in Africa, where water is often scarce. One of the EU's top priorities is to build a stronger, more ambitious and modern partnership with Africa, our sister continent. There is potential for us to drive a smart, inclusive and green transformation. We can turn some of our greatest challenges, like climate change or inequalities, into opportunities. We can empower women as part of this change. To do this, we need to bridge the enormous gap between investment in water and sanitation now and the SDG 6 targets. This is fundamental. Just think about it. How can we encourage climate-friendly investments without access to water? How can we guarantee peace and stability in fragile regions with water stress? Dear friends, this is why water is well represented in the programming of our funds for the coming 7 years. Water goes across many of our priorities, from human development to the Green Deal, and further to the peace and security. Sustainable management of water resources requires global, multilateral action through strong partnerships, such as the support for the globalization of the Water Convention on the African continent. Finally, we will work on water governance with governments, regional and local authorities. And we will do our best to tackle the financing gap and support the African SDG 6 acceleration framework. Let me end by thanking the Slovenian presidency for putting water so high on your agenda. Together, we can build a sustainable, resilient and inclusive future for Africa and Europe.
In March 2019, the Secretary General of the United Nations stated that water is a universal human right, a claim Portugal had been making for quite some time. Water is a basic element for human survival and dignity, and is a fundamental basis for the resilience of societies and the environment. Water is vital for human nutrition and health, essential for ecosystem management, agriculture, energy, and overall planetary security. In 2015, we committed to the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 6 to ensure by 2030 access to water and sanitation for all. Portugal is a coastal country with a Mediterranean climate. So we are already facing the impacts of climate change, especially on water resources. We are aware of the magnitude of the challenge, and we are convinced that without guaranteeing access to clean and affordable drinking water and sanitation for all, we will not succeed in reaching sustainable development. In this regard, and also in the context of the adaptation strategies to climate change, Portugal has been actively supporting and financing cooperation projects that aim at improving water resilience, water management, and technical assistance in countries like Mozambique and Cape Verde. In Africa, the high rates of population growth compel us to implement clear and robust strategies to ensure the access to this essential resource, human life. Water scarcity directly affects the lives of millions of Africans, particularly the poorer and the most vulnerable, such as children, women, and refugees. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly shown the relevance of clean water and basic sanitation for public health and ecosystem protection, highlighting the inequalities in access to these resources. It is therefore urgent to call for stronger investment and international cooperation on water, sanitation, and hygiene, with a human rights-based approach and having in mind the impacts of climate change on the availability and predictability of water resources. The access to safe drinking water and sanitation are human rights. They must be protected and promoted actively, and especially in a context of increased water scarcity. Furthermore, as the availability and quality of the world's water resources and ecosystems deteriorate and the threat of water scarcity spreads, tensions and conflicts over access to and use of water continue to rise in different parts of the world, and this includes cross-border conflicts. We must be clear. To fail on water and sanitation is to fail on humankind. Droughts and scarcity, as well as efficiency, reuse, resilience, adaptation, transboundary cooperation, and good governance are concepts that we must embrace if we want to guarantee global development while respecting our planet's boundaries and addressing the needs of our peoples. Aligned with this vision, Portugal strongly supports the Water Decade goals and objectives, and is pleased to contribute to the preparatory process of the UN Water Conference. Together with Tajikistan and the United Nations, Portugal is promoting the organization of a high-level symposium on water at the margins of the UN Ocean Conference that will take place in Lisbon in 2022. This symposium on water will allow us to have a closer look at the interrelation and synergies between two SDGs, the SDG 6 on water and the SDG 14 on oceans, in a one water approach that is crucial to understand the integrated nature of whole water cycle. A final word to also highlight the upcoming 9th World Water Forum to take place for the first time in Africa, in Dakar, in 2022. It will be an excellent opportunity to address the implementations of Sustainable Development Goal 6, reaffirm our values, share knowledge and common work towards the sustainable management of this vital resource of humanity, water.
Excellency Mr Borut Pahor, Président de la République de Slovénie. Excellence Monsieur Cyril Ramaphosa, Président de la République d'Afrique du Sud. Excellence Monsieur Anže Logar, Ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République de Slovénie. Excellence Madame Jutta Urpalainen, commissaire en charge des partenariats internationaux de l'Union européenne. Excellence Madame Josefa Leonel Correa Sacco, commissaire de l'économie rurale et de l'agriculture de l'Union africaine. distingués participants. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs de cet événement, en particulier mon homologue slovène, son Excellence Mr Borut, ministre des Affaires étrangères de Slovénie, pour m'avoir associé à cette belle et importante initiative de la célébration de la journée de l'Afrique. Il convient assurément de voir à travers cette manifestation une volonté de partenariat renforcée entre l'Europe et l'Afrique, une conscience accrue de la communauté de destin qui unit nos deux continents. Dès lors, le choix du thème est très évocateur, car il s'agit de l'eau, qui est une denrée vitale pour toute la planète. Intrinsèquement liée à toutes les dimensions du développement durable, la question de l'accès à l'eau potable, à l'assainissement et celle subséquente de la gestion des cours d'eau transfrontières demeure incontestablement un défi majeur pour la communauté internationale. Étant issu du Sahel, l'on ne peut que s'allier à toute initiative mettant en valeur cette ressource naturelle qui a tendance à se raréfier. En effet, si la bande saharo-sahélienne est devenue cet espace où les conflits perdurent, c'est en grande partie du fait de la pauvreté endémique qui est surtout causée par la rareté de l'eau. La raréfaction de cette ressource est une source de conflits communautaires, de tensions entre agriculteurs et éleveurs et de crises entre États. Cette réalité se manifeste de manière quasi automatique si l'on projette les points chauds actuels au niveau de la carte du continent africain avec comme paramètre la disponibilité des ressources en eau. Il y a donc lieu de dire que rendre cette ressource disponible pour tous en quantité et en qualité sera l'une des clés essentielles de résolution durable des conflits, de renforcement de la résilience de nos populations et du développement en Afrique et dans le monde. C'est pour cette raison que le Sénégal multiplie les initiatives autour de l'eau. Après avoir inscrit la thématique eau, paix et sécurité à l'agenda du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies lors de son mandat 2016-2017, mon pays, le Sénégal, va abriter en mars 2022 le 9e Forum mondial de l'eau qui devrait être un catalyseur pour inscrire la question de l'accès à l'eau au cœur de la décennie d'action pour les ODD en tant que droit humain essentiel à la réalisation de tous les autres droits humains. En outre, fidèle à ses orientations en matière de politique extérieure, le Sénégal fera de l'hydrodiplomatie une de ses priorités dans le cadre de sa présidence de l'Union africaine pour l'année 2022. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est donc vous dire que vous trouvez en nous, le Sénégal, un partenaire déjà prêt et engagé à porter cette problématique de l'eau potable pour tous au plus haut de l'agenda international, et ce pour le bénéfice de nos pays et de nos populations, notamment en ces couches les plus vulnérables. Je voudrais pour cela vous remercier de cette belle initiative, vous remercier de cette initiative pertinente et souhaiter que la coopération entre l'Afrique et l'Europe, entre le Sénégal et tous ses partenaires de l'Europe puisse continuer à nos bénéfices mutuels et aux bénéfices mutuels de nos populations. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I wish I could be with you in person this morning to celebrate the launch of this year's Africa Day International Conference. Today's topic, water, is a fundamental issue for all humankind. Finland's recently published Africa strategy underlines the importance of mutually beneficial political, commercial and economic cooperation between Finland and African countries, African Union and regional organizations, which are seen as partners also when it comes to addressing global challenges. African partners were widely consulted during the preparation process. Climate change and green transition, including water, are one of the cross-cutting priorities of the strategy. Our general objective is to advance climate-resilient and low-emission development, as well as sustainable management, use and protection of natural resources. To give an example, Ethiopia and Finland have long-term cooperation in water sector, which has produced good results. Thanks to over 20,000 water points constructed, 5 million people have gained access to safe water services. Finnish companies also have a lot of know-how of cleaner and more sustainable solutions that can help tackle the challenges arising from climate change and biodiversity loss, such as the supply of clean water. Peace and security is one of the traditional sectors of Finnish cooperation with Africa. Cooperation is based on the broad security concept that takes into account the underlying factors of conflicts, including disputes related to natural resources. Equitable and sustainable water use, for instance, is essential for sustaining peace and security. Finland's international water strategy, Finnish Waterway, strives to work towards responsible and equitable water security and achieving a water-secure world by 2030. One of its pillars is water and peace. Water diplomacy can help prevent and mitigate water-related tensions by making simultaneous use of water know-how and diplomatic tools and mechanisms. We are happy to share our knowledge and experiences, and by doing so, support peace and stability. I'm sure you are all aware of the current situation at the Nile Basin. Finland supported the Nile Basin Initiative, an umbrella organization of 11 Nile Basin countries, financially from year 2000 to 2013, and has also successfully cooperated and partnered in water sector with all 3 Eastern Nile riparian countries, namely Ethiopia, Egypt, and Sudan. These 3 countries have also engaged in trilateral negotiations on Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam GERD since 2015. Negotiations have not been easy, but continued efforts to find African solutions to African problems do take place on a daily basis. The negotiations take place with presence from international observers, South Africa, European Union, and US. This spring, I had an opportunity to visit Ethiopia and the region twice as an EU envoy mandated by the EU High Representative Joseph Borrell. I have discussed the conflict in Tigray, but also regional issues, including the GERD dispute. My visits have shown that the solution to this water dispute is crucial for the stability of the entire region. Finland, as member of EU, remains available to provide services to the use of parties and international community. The role of the African Union's leadership in facilitating negotiations is central. Let me conclude by thanking Slovenia and the organizers of the Africa Day International Conference. I look forward to cooperating on Africa and other issues with you during the upcoming Slovenia presidency of the Council of the EU. I wish you all an interesting and stimulating conference. Thank you.
Dear ministers, dear guests, this concludes our introductory part of the Africa Day International Conference. It gives me great pleasure that we already heard so many important messages on water. You all heard what our esteemed guest said. Water is undoubtedly even urgent topic. This is a topic that connects us. This is a topic that will become all the more present and pertinent in the future. And this is why the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU will begin with a high-level event on health and water. This event will shed light on the importance of closer cooperation between the EU and AU in the field of health and public health, especially in ensuring access to water and ensuring sufficient sanitation conditions. This concludes our introductory part of the conference, and I pass the floor to Mr. Bob Dewar, the Associate Fellow of the African Program of Chatham House. He will be chairing the first panel on commitment, collaboration, and governance for faster water-related results at scale. Mr. Dewar, over to you.
Hello, good morning to everyone. Good morning.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to session 1 of the Republic of Slovenia's International Conference, Conference on Collaboration for Clean Water for All, which is being live streamed today via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia and Chatham House websites and on the social media channels. So welcome to everyone. My name is Bob Dewar, Associate Fellow of Chatham House, and this first session will focus on commitment, collaboration and governance for faster water-related results at scale. In other words, the first discussion to really put flesh on the excellent statements made in the introductory session and the important commitments made by our distinguished speakers in that opening session to this conference. We have 4 excellent and distinguished speakers for this session, and I'm most grateful to them for being with us today. We welcome Alderman Ms. Cynthia Limberg, Councillor of the City of Cape Town, South Africa, the Chairperson of the Cape Town Water Advisory Resilience Committee. We welcome Ms. Sareen Malik, Executive Secretary of the African Civil Society Network on Water and Sanitation. Ms. Carla Montesi, Director for Green Deal, Digital Agenda, Directorate General for International Partnerships at the European Commission, and Ambassador Ms. Anita Pipan, Director General for Multilateral Affairs and Development Cooperation, the Government of the Republic of Slovenia. Thank you all very much for being with us today. And today we have the chance to focus practically on how to achieve faster progress towards the crucial SDG 6 of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In other words, access to clean drinking water and sanitation. At a moment in time when there has been progress on the agenda, but according to the UN, billions of people still do not have safe drinking water, and 2 out of 5 people do not have basic hand washing facilities with soap and water, a particularly critical issue during the COVID pandemic period. All the high-level introductory statements from the Republic of Slovenia, from Africa, from Europe, have fully emphasized how important this agenda is, including through cooperation between Slovenia and the EU and Africa. Clearly, more needs to be done as soon as possible and more effectively. And surely more African-European collaboration can help progress. Before I hand over to the first of our speakers to kick off the session, there is some housekeeping information for the session. After the keynote speakers on the panel have made their interventions, there will be a question and answer session to put questions to our panel. So please do prepare a good series of pertinent questions. All Zoom attendees will be muted during the presentations, but you will be able to use the raise hand function during the Q&A session in order to ask a question live. If selected, you'll be given the ability to unmute yourself and ask your question. Apologies in advance if you're not able to ask a question this time. Zoom participants may also submit written questions through the Q&A box throughout the meeting. But if you can, please use the raise hand function during the allocated Q&A session so that you can ask your question directly. Everyone's reminded that this meeting will be on the record, and that means, of course, that those present may use the information from the meeting and may identify the speakers and other participants. A reminder also that filming and recording of this event are not allowed without prior permission. Now, without further ado, I would like to ask our first speaker to take the floor. You can find the full biographies of all the speakers contained in the biographies document shared in the website and in the Zoom chat box. So, without more ado, I'd like to invite Alderman Ms. Xanthia Limburg, Councillor of the City of Cape Town, South Africa, Chairperson of the Cape Town Water Advisory Resilience Committee, to speak to us now. Over to you, Xanthia.
Good day, and thank you for that introduction. Given that all of the formal introductions and welcomes have been made early in the program, I think it would be appropriate and in the interest of time just to say all protocol observed, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all. I believe it would be fitting to approach the panel discussion topic today of delivering impactful urban water management by reflecting on Cape Town's most recent drought. At the same time, Cape Town was experiencing its worst drought in the history of the city. A global research institute tells us that 153 cities across the world experience severe water need. And in fact, some, including some cities in South Africa, had to resort to trucking in water and implementing extreme measures of water rationing. Cape Town was able to steer clear of this crisis, adapt and learn from this experience to shape a very different and more sustainable water future, one in which Cape Town aims to become more resilient to future drought risks. Cape Town, like the rest of municipalities in South Africa, relies on surface water from dams, and these dams are largely owned and managed by the National Department of Water and Sanitation. And the city of Cape Town receives the bulk of its water supply from the 6 largest dams within the Western Cape water supply system. And this system is overseen by the National Department of Water and Sanitation and provides supply to other users within the system, such as agriculture and smaller municipalities within the Western Cape province. And just to give you a snapshot of what a dam capacity was a few years back, in 2013, the beginning of 2014, dam capacity reached 100%. And just 3 years on, dam levels severely dropped as low as 19%. And the 3 years of below average rainfall has been described as 1 in 590 year event based on its historical rainfall, based on our historical rainfall records. And this merely emphasizes how truly unprecedented this particular drought was. Dams and the related systems supplying urban areas in South Africa are generally designed to provide a 98.5% supply assurance. And this means once in every year, there is a 98% probability that there is sufficient water supply to meet demand. But this does not mean that there will only be water restrictions imposed once every 50 years. The general rule for operating under drought conditions is based on the principle that there will be more light water restrictions imposed more frequently and more severe water restrictions imposed less frequently. But the additional uncertainties associated with climate change now has to be factored in as part of future water planning. And the success of being able to effectively manage and overcome a crisis such as a drought is not solely based on being able to take rapid action and implement immediate interventions, but also about being able to utilize existing resources, skills, and abilities that have been invested in. For example, in the case of Cape Town, the city's water and sanitation services over an extended period of time has built up a strong foundation. And it is for this reason that it is important in investing in doing the basics rights. And this should not in any way be underestimated, as this formed a key and critical part of Cape Town's success in navigating the drought. The strong and solid foundation has been developed over the last 20 years, with Cape Town developing a water conservation and demand management strategy. And this strategy has been globally recognized and includes a number of projects and programs. For example, an ongoing investment into the replacement and upgrading of water and sanitation reticulation infrastructure has resulted in Cape Town achieving the lowest water loss rate than any other metropolitan municipality in South Africa. Other interventions also included education and awareness programs, leak detection and leak repair programs to assist indigent households with leak repairs and assisting them with managing their household water consumption. This has contributed to Cape Town enjoying the status of having the lowest water use per capita than any other city in South Africa for many years now. And this strategy has been instrumental in Cape Town being able to flatline its water consumption and de-link it from ongoing economic growth and population growth, a trend that not many cities in the world have been able to achieve. It's this long history and track record of a water-wise and water-conscious city that has formed the basis of Cape Town being able to overcome the drought. And in just 3 short years, Cape Town was able to reduce its water consumption by 60%, a world record. The city and its residents went from consuming 1.2 billion liters of water per day to just under 500 million liters per day. The city has managed to achieve this reduction in water consumption through 3 key interventions. One, physical demand management, and this entailed intensive pressure management through installing smart pressure controllers in multiple supply zones across the city, the installation of water management devices, which are water meters, which have been installed to restrict water consumption. Our water pressure management work alone saved the city 70 million liters of water per day. And the second key measure included economic incentives, and this involved restructuring of our water and sanitation tariffs to not only ensure that they were more cost reflective, but also to ensure that tariffs penalize high water users at a time when we all needed to save water. The third key measure was through ongoing communication efforts, through targeted campaigns and key messaging. And this was supported through stakeholder engagement, as well as a range of innovative web-orientated applications, such as the Cape Town Water Use Calculator, our Green Dot Water Map, which essentially allowed households not to only monitor their own monthly consumption, but that of their neighbors and their broader community. And this web-based platform application used the simple principles of peer pressure to encourage communities across the city to rapidly reduce their consumption in order to reach their much desired green dot status. The city was globally acknowledged for its water saving efforts by the International Water Association. And we weren't only recognized for our ability to reduce our consumption, but also we did so without having to resort to any water supply interruptions. The city and its residents have learned a lot from this drought, and these learnings have informed our future water plans. But learning from a drought isn't enough. Cape Town used the drought as an opportunity to translate these learnings into action by developing a water strategy, and this was adopted by our City Council in 2019. The strategy has 5 commitments, one being safe access to water and sanitation, with a particular focus in improving basic service provision with informal settlements. Secondly, wise use, and it looks at pricing, regulatory mechanism, active citizenship, as well as enhancing network management. And thirdly, sufficient, reliable water from diverse sources will be invested in. We plan on investing in over 300 million liters of new water supply from desalination, groundwater abstraction, water reuse, as well as other sources. Fourth, we also are focusing on realizing shared benefits and manage risks from regional water resources We want to make sure our investment benefits the entire region and not just Cape Town. And lastly, we plan to transition Cape Town to becoming a water resilient city by 2030 and a water sensitive city by 2040. And the focus around being a water sensitive city is one which prioritizes the optimization and integrating management of water resources to improve resilience, competitiveness, and livability for the prosperity of all residents. This is definitely an ambitious vision, but one which Cape Town is truly committed to, and a journey we intend to walk with partners both within our city, across South Africa, the African continent, and the global world. And with that, I want to say once again, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Alderman. Very interesting first intervention. I think will provide a good basis for discussion later on. Not only have you shown how much stress and difficulties your city has faced in terms of the drought and climate change, but also how you've tackled it and have learned lessons through it and developed a strategy from it, which I think is very relevant to others, both in Africa and in Europe. So thank you very much for that very good introduction to our discussion. And I'll turn now to our second speaker, who will be focusing on the role of civil society in water resource management, a very important aspect. Ms. Sareen Malik, Executive Secretary of the African Civil Society Network on Water and Sanitation. And her full biography is also attached separately on the website. So over to you, please, Sareen.
Thank you very much, Robert. Good morning to all, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Bonjour, Mesdames, Messieurs, Vos Excellences, all protocols observed. On behalf of the African Civil Society Network, our 47 country members and the 422 million people living in poverty in Africa, for whom we seek water justice, we thank you really for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and thank the government of Slovenia for convening this meeting and the Chatham House and respective governments. We represent those at the front line, the 63% of the urban population in Africa that, according to the World Bank right now in 2021, cannot access basic water services and therefore cannot protect themselves or their children from COVID or even cholera, a disease that had been eradicated well over a century ago in Europe and snatches about 150,000 lives every year in the global south. We represent the millions forced to migrate each year because of intensifying climate impact, droughts, floods, changes in seasonality, and broken ecosystems. Migrants estimated to number 200 million at least by 2050. And more importantly, we represent the African women and girls that every day spend 200 million hours collecting water, and whose daughters and daughters' daughters will be locked into a life of ill health and poverty if we fail to address the water crisis, which is equally a governance crisis. We know for a fact, and it has been documented, that the water and sanitation crisis is mainly rooted in poverty, power, and inequality, and not in physical availability. It is first and foremost a crisis of governance, inadequate resources management, corruption, lack of appropriate institutions, bureaucratic inertia, insufficient capacity, and a shortage of new investments that undermines the effective governance of water and sanitation and resources in many places around the world. The action is needed, and a bigger priority needs to be put on the issues of good governance. We have been saying this for more than a decade. Having said that, though, yes, there have been incremental improvements in terms of how countries have been addressing the issues of governance, but there's a lot more in terms of work that is required. All solutions, whether green, blue, or even concrete colored, must be driven by accountable governance, by strong institutions which can select the most appropriate fixes, then finance and sustain them in ways which are inclusive. But more importantly, we need people-based solutions and the governance-based solutions which need to make them work. And this in terms of looking at WASH, but also looking at the issues of water resources management. WASH services to function requires that other users of water resources and ecosystems need to understand how their levels of water security are affected by WASH development. And these different users need to be able to discuss and negotiate water security, often really at a catchment scale. And this is where the pivotal role, where civil society plays a fundamental role in having an important stake in the integration between WASH and water security, and also play an important role in safeguarding good governance. We represent those without voice. We can bargain for change and speak truth to power. Civil society is the engine of transformation for water security that we all need. This is not just my opinion. It's generally backed up by the results of global evidence, reviews, and published by countless INGOs and countless think tanks. It just shows how important our work is in driving improved services, environmental protection, and resource management by holding governments to account, financial institutions and corporations equally to account. Civil societies organizations have a pivotal role to play in achieving the desired level of integration by virtue of the many roles that they play in addressing societal issues. In addition to what I have mentioned, we are equally catalysts, capacity builders, citizen representative, service providers, and information broker. We are also often well equipped to be so-called boundary organization, helping others to cross boundaries between spaces and building new forms of collaboration, integrating WASH, water control, and water resources management. The problem, however, and this is what I would like to present to you today, is that even pre-COVID, financial support for civil society in Africa from multilateral and bilateral donors has been drying up. We are afraid that not enough has been strategically invested for almost a decade. The cruel truth is that this also comes at the same time as a widespread clampdown on civic space and the freedom of citizens to speak out and challenge government is increasing. Since 2015, 72 countries have introduced new laws to restrict the activities of civil society organizations as well as journalists. And last year, over 100 people were actually murdered for protecting the environment and protecting water resources. This is unacceptable. So we urge all of you for bolder action in this ambition to demonstrate leadership for water security, for WASH, but also for the issues of climate change. We ask that you focus this diplomatic power and aid programs to drive accountable governance, protect the freedoms of civil society, and to address the resourcing gap which holds back our ability to drive change. Business as usual on water, capital W, would lead to shared catastrophe, probably within our lifetimes. It will take bold and judicious leadership to secure the action we need to avert this, particularly as we entered a COVID-induced period of economic hardship. We offer our full collaboration to embed water justice at the heart of the recovery and to mobilize the new collaboration and transformative action needed for a fair water future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serene. Very forceful and clear presentation there, putting out the case for civil society involvement in taking forward this agenda. Already there has been significant involvement, but that holding governments to account was one of your important messages, issue of inadequate financial resources so far, and the broader issue of the role of civil society in Africa generally. So thank you very much, a very good platform for further debate. Now I'd like to pass to our third speaker, if I may, and who will be speaking about EU-Africa cooperation towards a comprehensive approach to water. Ms. Carla Montesi, Director for Green Deal, Digital Agenda, Director General for International Partnerships in the European Commission. And we've heard already from the very top of the European Commission about how Europe is looking forward to the dialogue with Africa on a continent-wide basis, but also upping the game in terms of bilateral partnerships. So I very much look forward to your presentation today. Carla, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Robert, and all protocol observed. Allow me to say I am very happy to join this panel. A lot of things were already said and the numbers were already mentioned. So I will not repeat how many million people currently living without access to water, or billion of people that still lack a basic sanitation services. We know that at the same time, the demand for water is rapidly rising due to the effects of climate change, urbanization, and the population growth. We know that a lot of progress were made, it was clear, but we know also that we are far, as was already said, from reaching SDG 6. You mentioned our approach, and as our commissioner was saying at the beginning of, in the opening speech, European Union is clearly very committed. European Union institution and the member states are very committed to support increasing access to water, sanitation, and the hygiene services, committed to promote an integrated water resource management, the conservation of water resources, and also enhance the water use efficiency and the recycling. Our approach, you said, is a comprehensive one. What's that means? First, I will say we focus to integrate water in a multi-sectoral approach, addressing interlinkage and the dependency of varying sectors. For example, better integrating energy, food, and water. We have reiterated this approach also in our European Commission Green Deal that, as you know, it's the Sustainable Growth Agenda for Europe, but also with all the dimension, the international dimension, looking at the global level. We believe that this comprehensive approach to water is even more crucial for Africa. We already see tension on water use, but we know that we have only 5% of cultivated land that is irrigated and 10% of the hydroelectricity potential that is used. So this link between all the use and all the needs, it's very, very important. To ensure this integrated approach, of course, good dialogue, coordination is clearly necessary. I will give to you two examples of our work in this domain to reinforce this dialogue, integrated dialogue with our African partners. I would like to mention our work in the SADC region with the program Nexus Regional Dialogues, that we are implementing with GIZ, that support our partners in identifying transformative initiative and the project for better integrated energy, food, and the water. Also the work that is ongoing in the Niger sub-basin of Mekru, where we brought together research, governance, initiative, dialogue, of course, on water, energy, food, and environment nexus. I think to have a better understanding and a modeling of resources brings in more efficient decision-making for an effective implementation. If this is important, a second, of course, will not be sufficient. We know that we need also a comprehensive approach to water management, looking also to the transboundary collaboration. Also considering that 90% of the water in Africa, it's following within 63 international river basin catchments. We know in Europe we have a lot of experience on rule-based cooperation for shared waters, vast experience and knowledge on the management of transboundary waters. And of course, we are more than happy to share this experience with our African partners. We know that common language, common rules of play, commonly accepted platform for discussion, commonly agreed dispute settlement mechanism are very important to foster dialogue and to consensus building among the states that are sharing water resources. So it's a very, very important in our approach to encourage the cooperation between upstream and downstream countries sharing transborder water basin. And it's clearly the main determinants for durable peace. And often it's the first step in enhancing the cooperation between the countries. We support the globalization of the UNICEF Convention. It's an important step in this direction. And of course, we really support the work of UNICEF Convention. We think that the recent accession of Senegal, Chad, and Ghana, and the progresses that are made in this direction by many, many other countries in the continent, it will be essential to build a strong African network of transboundary water organization and improving the cooperation between the countries. But the first step in our comprehensive approach, of course, is what we have to do to face the strong finance gap that we have in the water sector. So it's about our finance strategy. The gap, it's very important. I will not underline once again, and also the gap in the water infrastructure in Africa, that it's the greatest funding gap among all the other sectors. Allow me to say that our engagement is very strong in the past period between the 2014-2020. Allow me to say that the European Commission and the European Investment Bank are worked intensively on the water cooperation. We have mobilized a portfolio of 3.7 billion, to which 1.7 billion were dispersed in Africa. Now we are in the crucial period where we are starting the new financial period. We have a new financial instrument, the Global Europe, the NDCI. Allow me to say that we are very happy because the co-legislators that have taken the final decision on this financial instrument have set horizontal spending targets that will allow to strengthen our priority on water, because they have foreseen that 20% of the budget should be dedicated to the human development and the social inclusion, including also all the WASH. And in addition to this, we have a 30% of the spending target that is dedicated to climate change objective. That, of course, is also an entry point for the water sector. Now, to tackle the financing gap, allow me to say that we'll be working in the next 7 years with a Team Europe approach. This implies working together, coordinating better our work with member states, with the financial institution, with the development institution, to succeed to have really a transformational approach, to have much more impact. And also that we will use all the instruments that we have in our portfolio, including instruments to support the governance, but also new financial instruments to mobilize funding as blending or as guarantees to leverage investment in water infrastructure, to encourage climate-friendly investment that will allow also the access to water. We are now in a crucial moment where we are programming the new fund. And of course, allow me to be clear, the water sector, it's clearly mentioned between the clear priorities of our future cooperation with our partners. Now it's the moment where the priorities set very clear at the level of the European Union. Now, of course, it's the future programming. It's something that we negotiate and we prepare together with our partner countries. Now it's also in the side of our partner countries to identify the water sector as a priority, clear priority for our cooperation. We will allow specific attention to water governance by promoting and supporting decision-making, improving the regional information gap, improving coordination once again between national, regional and the continental strategy, improving plans and the regulation for water governance that clearly, as was just mentioned by our previous colleague, needed to be reinforced. And of course, all the key elements to support the implementation of our Sharm el-Sheikh declaration. So as you can see, we have with our partners in Africa an ambitious agenda for water. This, of course, without repeating myself, need a comprehensive and a coordinated approach. We think that our partners are ready for this approach. Solution exists, and I think we can clearly scale up all this solution to ensure that we achieve our common ambition with our partner countries, a prosperous, peaceful and sustainable continent with water security for all. I stop here, and once again allow me to thank again the Slovenia presidency and also the Portuguese presidency for putting this critical issue of water so high in the European agenda. Over to you, many thanks.
Thank you very much, Director. A very interesting and I would say encouraging presentation there, not least on the question of the issue raised earlier of the financing gap and the possibilities of collaborating and finding ways to do more of the right sort of things over the next few years. And we've got a lot on the agenda in Africa with that big summit coming up in Dakar. So I would have thought a lot of activity with the EU-AU summit and bilateral activities as well for member states like Slovenia, and then and Slovenia in the chair is also really giving this a push, as has been stated under their presidency. A very, very interesting and useful presentation there. Quite a lot of larger, wider issues to do with transboundary coordination, which is important for peace and security in Africa as well. Not just the issues on the ground. But thank you very much for that very interesting presentation, and lots to pick up in the Q&A session, I think. We'll turn now to the fourth speaker, Ambassador Ms. Anita Pipan, Director General for Multilateral Affairs and Development Cooperation of the Republic of Slovenia. First of all, Ambassador, thank you very much for holding this event today and for focusing on this hugely important issue, which is not always getting the attention, in my view, that it deserves, both in Europe and in Africa. So, Your Excellency, over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Robert. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, let me just start by echoing with what you have just said about Slovenia putting water high on the agenda of its presidency. I want to emphasize that the belief in vital importance of water is not just a political agenda, or as my minister said in the previous panel, one of the foreign policy priorities. I must say that this belief is a personal conviction of many of Slovenian diplomats and of majority of Slovenian citizens. And I think this can make our actions more successful and more efficient. I would like to focus my intervention on collaboration. Water is not a resource that stops at municipal, regional, or national borders. It is part of a global cycle. Climate change, which reflects mostly on water, does not recognize boundaries either. We therefore need collaboration to address water-related challenges. No local community, no region, no country can do it alone if it wants its interventions to enhance resilience, to be sustainable,
and to be conflict-proof. I'm talking from experience here. My country, Slovenia, is actively engaged in the Sava River Basin International Commission. The agreement establishing the Commission was the first regional accord negotiated and signed after the Dayton Peace Agreement, which, as we all recall, ended the brutal conflict in the former Yugoslavia. It was through water cooperation that trust was restored, paving the way for cooperation in other fields. The Sava River Basin Commission is the first international river basin to have introduced a sophisticated flood forecasting and warning system. Today, Sava River Basin ranks #1 on the Blue Peace Index. The Senegal River Basin is a close second. Both river organizations are excellent examples of how transboundary water cooperation brings multiple benefits for environment, development, and peace for all riparian countries. Legal frameworks for joint management of transboundary water resources, such as the Water Convention of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, have also proven their practical value. It is not a coincidence that the first 2 countries outside Europe that joined the Water Convention were Chad and Senegal, themselves both members of transboundary commissions. Ghana was the third, and we would encourage other African nations to follow their example. Ladies and gentlemen, as my minister explained earlier, Slovenia believes in a comprehensive approach to water, which takes into account all relevant aspects of its cross-cutting nature. This approach is by definition a collaborative one, be it on local, regional, national, or transboundary level. As the competition for water increases, we must work together to identify approaches that promote collaborative solutions and diminish the potential for future conflicts. Slovenia has engaged in water-related development projects in Africa, and we will continue to do so in our new programming cycle. Since 2017, we have been continuously supporting NGO-led food security activities in Uganda, all in close connection to the access to water. Starting this May, 3 additional NGO projects in Uganda, Rwanda, and Sudan were launched. Altogether, Slovenia will earmark almost €1 million for water-related activities in sub-Saharan Africa for the period 2020-2023. What we have learned throughout the experience with our development cooperation in Africa is that for projects to be effective and sustainable, they must be based on a thorough and comprehensive analysis of the local needs and interlinkages, devised in close consultation with the local communities, taking on board indigenous knowledge, and they also must include capacity building. They should be implemented in a way that improves resilience, human security, livelihoods, and economic development, while fostering good intercommunal relations. It has often been said, most recently by the US Vice President Harris, that future wars will be fought over water. We in Slovenia would like to see water recognized as a global common good, not a commodity, a national treasure, or a political tool. history proves water can be an important instrument of cooperation and peace, and we should develop its potential to the fullest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Some very important statements there. I think this issue of water as a global common good is very important. And I imagine that you will get a lot of like-minded response, really, from the Africa side. It'd be very interesting to hear, actually, and perhaps one of my first questions would be on that to our colleagues on the panel. Similarly, you pointed out your intention to scale up your programming with NGOs in different African countries where this will be really valuable at the grassroots, and it would be very interesting, I think, to hear what our civil society colleague on the panel would think of that, which I think is an excellent initiative. And you've talked about Slovenia's role already within your region, and the Senegal River's role also in that region in terms of water cooperation. And that again is a very interesting theme, important theme both for peace but also for, in practical terms, for the communities. Many of the communities lacking adequate water in Africa naturally are in the rural areas, but increasingly it's a continent of urbanization as well. So this is a hugely important subject. So thank you very much indeed, Ambassador. And we now move on to the question and answer session. And I would encourage all those who are participating today to use the raise hand facility there at the bottom of the screen, or the Q&A to put forward your questions. And if you use the raise hand method, we can get you to pose your question live, and our colleagues in Chatham House will facilitate that. But pending questions, I'd like to just start with some of my own, if I may. And I'd like to ask our colleague, Sarin, what your view is of the ambassador's intentions or explanation of Slovenia's intentions vis-a-vis upgrading its efforts in certain African countries in helping with NGOs, and in a comprehensive approach at the same time. And also perhaps you could comment back a bit further on what you were saying about governance, which seemed to be a priority for you. Would you like to?
Absolutely, thank you.
I'll also ask the other panelists if they have any views.
Thank you, Robert. Look, a really welcome initiative from the government of Slovenia to support civil society organizations and to continue supporting civil society organizations. As I mentioned before, yes, funding is shrinking, the civic space is shrinking, and a lot of it is actually linked to a certain extent to the amount of resources that are available for civil society organizations, particularly local, national, grassroots type of organizations. So we love hearing this. You know, this is a fantastic news and a great initiative that is most welcome from our end. In terms of governance, as we mentioned, having seen a lot of the case studies, having seen a lot of what is coming out of the continent, the issue is not necessarily technical one, as I mentioned, or an availability of resources. It's really in terms of how those resources are managed, but also in terms of who is sitting at the table during the decision making. And this is where really the role of civil society comes in, because civil society, as I mentioned earlier on, is able to cross some of these boundaries, is able to bridge in terms of the gaps. They're better placed. They're really the foot soldiers on the ground and really able to bring some of these issues to the fore. If I can give a concrete example, would have to do really with gender-based issues. it is really due to civil society that we're actually seeing the emergence of gender in WASH and gender in all things water and sanitation, because this voice has been amplified mainly because of the work that was actually being done on the ground. Improvements that we have seen in terms of women's access to water and sanitation can be directly attributed to the work that civil society organizations have done. There's some other examples in Ghana, Uganda, and in Kenya, where we saw collaboration, particularly within water resources management and bridging the gap with WASH, all within the framework of integrated water resources management, and the critical role that civil society played in mobilizing the communities, sensitizing the communities, but also providing dialogue platforms between the various stakeholders. I like what Madame Ambassador said in terms of the coordination role that is really critical as well to improving governance. Civil society, yes, has on a number of occasions has played that role in terms of ensuring that everybody's really sitting at the table and ensuring that the right stakeholders are there and ensuring that these messages are heard and that the advocacy is taking place around critical issues. I'll be honest, and I will say it over here, there is, yes, risks in terms of civil society organizations. There have been issues in terms of the governance of civil society organizations and the capacity of civil society organizations. But this is gradually changing. Quite a bit of effort has been put in terms of strengthening civil society organizations, professionalizing civil society organizations, and making them a little bit more credit worthy, if I may say, and better place to attract the support that is required. A certain maturity as well has been observed from 15 years ago, where civil society was taking a very an antagonistic type of position, moving more towards collaboration. We still have a bit of both. There's still, of course, dissent, but dissent that has changed a bit of its approach in terms of now how do we address the government on certain issues and hold the government to account under the current circumstances. Over. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask the other panelists, if I may, to comment briefly. But we've had a comment on the Q&A from Elizabeth Malobo, basically on the same lines of holding governments to account. A growing trend, she says, to privatize service delivery and rely on the private sector. In this context, what's the role of government and civil society? How can we strengthen the capacity of people to hold their governments accountable for their obligations under the social contract while catering to the divergent influences of private sector interests? I don't know whether you would like to comment briefly, Carla, first of all.
Yes, many thanks, Robert. It's a wide question, but allow me to say, as just our previous speaker were mentioning, we really need to drive efforts on, I would say, two key elements. One is, of course, on water governance. And when we mention the work on water governance, is surely working together with governments, regional and local authorities, civil society, involvement of women. We know very well that women in many countries are still saddled with the burden of carrying water for longer distance. So involvement of women, involvement of youth. So water governance at all levels. The second element that was mentioned in the question is the role of private sector. So of course, it's clear that we need to work on water governance, but it's also clear that there is investment gap for the infrastructure in the water sector. This is a very important gap. And now this investment, of course, can be done by the government and can be done also by the private sector. And this is the reason why we are now settling these new innovative financing tools also in the way to attract the private sector to facilitate investment in the water sector. So new investment tools that will allow governments to leverage funds from other financial institutions, but also the private sector in order to facilitating the investment in the water sector. And all the possibility could be there. We have done also some of it is financing on the infrastructure of GAP, and we know that a mix of intervention between the public role and the private role, it's still possible and will be huge and essential for also the infrastructure in the water sector. Over to you.
Thank you. That's very, very, very interesting, very, very helpful. We're going to have a question shortly. I'll ask Sophie Eugène to pose a question live. She has a hand raised. But before that, could I go to Alderman Zantha and just ask whether you would like to just comment on what the panel have been discussing up to now about this question of the accountability and accountability issues. Alderman, if you're there.
Yes, thank you. I think there's been great synergy in what all of the panel members have touched on, and establishing a clear governance structure is critical, particularly when you are within a setting or context that entails quite a complex and layered and multi-partner water supply network and system. And in the case of Cape Town, and like many other municipalities within South Africa, when you are dependent on regional supply sources, it is critical to establish those governance structures, but more importantly, ensure that there is effective coordination. And as failure to establish that, I think is quite dire, and it becomes probably more evident in periods of crisis, which is why I think cities need to apply their minds before a period of crisis, so that when we require quick responsive action, there isn't any delay or confusion between roles and responsibilities to safeguard overall water security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't know if Sophie Eugène or Jean, are you there still? Would you like to pose your question live?
Is it working?
I don't
think.
Can you hear me? Oh yes, Sophie. Yeah, yes, it is.
Great.
Please pose your question.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm Sophie Eugène, I'm WaterAid EU representative. Wanted to thank really very much again Slovenia and the EU for showing so much leadership on water since a lot of time, but also specifically January, when we organized together a big high-level event on water. And I really hope this will translate into tangible investments in water. Two questions actually for Mrs. Montesi. You mentioned the food, water, energy nexus, and I was wondering whether we could also have a nexus on wash and health, when we know that, for instance, in Liberia, only 1% of the population can access hand washing facilities at home, or that less than half of healthcare facilities in LDCs have access to wash, and that we have the COVID crisis. I think it's really critical also to have more integration between wash and health specifically. So that's one point. The second point is that, yes, private finance will be critical, and WaterAid works a lot with the private sector. I'm just wondering, when it comes to really ensuring access to basic wash services, and especially sanitation and hygiene, whether we should, I think we should really keep a focus also on grants funding for this type of services, because it will be difficult to attract private finance for this type of basic sanitation and hygiene services. So voilà, thank you very much for organizing this event, and again for the leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Carla, I think it was addressed to you, but the others may also want to quickly intervene after you.
Yeah, many thanks, Robert, and thank you for the very relevant question. Of course, yes, there is. When we look to the water, we clearly link to all the Green Deal subjects, energy and the water and the management, etc. But we also link it to the human development. It's clear that access to safe drinking water, access on sanitation, it's clearly a prerequisite for human development. And this is the reason why, mentioning the funds, I mentioned immediately the 20% of the target on human development, because it's an entry point. So clearly, in our view, in our policy, the link with human development and the implementation, the link with everything that it's about to wash, it's clearly included. Also, in our, we say, strategy of reaction to the COVID pandemic, clearly in our action, concrete action, was an integral part of our intervention as a Team Europe approach. So, of course, yes. I will add that, of course, when I absolutely agree that when we look to the WASH part, it's more relevant for our work with the UN agency, with the civil society than with the private sector. But when we look to globally to the water sector, the financing gap are such that, of course, we will be able to use our grants instrument to answer to some intervention more linked to the WASH program, to the WASH initiative, and of course will be the space for a private sector intervention when we look to the big investment in the infrastructure that are really very important. Allow me to just take the example of what we were doing in Djibouti with the management of the water, with the desalination plant. We know that this is a crucial investment, and it's a crucial investment that can be done also with the intervention of the private sector. So absolutely both. I think the needs are so important that are there the space for use all our toolbox with all the instruments that we have, using grants and using also innovative financing tools with blending and the guarantees to leverage the private investment, or to leverage also the investment put in place by the government. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ambassador Anita, would you like to respond a bit on that one?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make two short comments. One on the need for multi-stakeholder approach, and I'm very glad that we got a question from our partner, WaterAid. Sophie made an intervention earlier. For us, the importance of collaboration with civil society as the incoming presidency is key, and we are having very close consultations with different stakeholders from civil society. Their recommendations and their experiences and will of course be taken into account when we will be preparing the Foreign Ministers' Council's conclusions on water during our presidency. On WASH, I wanted to add that solving the WASH crisis in healthcare facilities will serve as an important cost-effective contribution with multiplier effects on many global health threats. And this is why our Slovenian presidency will kick off with a high-level event on health and water for all as a priority in the new EU-Africa partnership. The event will take place on 9th of July, and it will outline the importance for the European Union and the African Union to strengthen their cooperation in health and to pay more attention to the lack of access to water, sanitation, and hygiene in healthcare facilities. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. That's very interesting that you've already scheduled that important theme and important meeting at the very start of your presidency. Could I just ask Alderman Zanta if you wanted to comment at all on this question of integration of WASH and health, for example? Are you there, Alderman? No, well, in that case, perhaps we'll move on. I had one question of my own, which I was wondering about in the presentations. By the way, we are coming up to about the 5-minute point to the end of our session. So just to warn that we will be closing at 1:15. But this question of cooperation is very important. And I think the interventions have been both global and local, shall we say, or international and local, in describing how they want to take, both on the European side and on the African side, want to take cooperation forward. But it's quite complicated when you have a range of differing requirements, both in the urban setting and in a rural setting. So I was going to ask Alderman Zantha whether she could comment a bit more from her experience, how the issue of collaboration between what seems a very important city experience with other water users and water authorities has gone, and whether there are any lessons in that. Alderman, are you there?
Apologies, I had trouble unmuting myself a bit earlier. I think collaboration is essential, particularly, as I said, when you are dependent on a regional water resource, collaboration within the city, because there are so many different constituents with very varying priorities and needs and demands. And so balancing that and ensuring that every stakeholder within the city is heard and that that their needs and demands are adequately addressed and made provision for requires continuous collaboration and stakeholder engagement. And that extends beyond the boundaries of the city's municipal boundaries as well, because we obviously are in a situation where there are other users such as agriculture, as well as other municipalities that draw water from the same resource that we do. So it's in our joint interests to ensure that we all play our part towards regional water security. It doesn't necessarily help if the city is driving a range of initiatives towards greater water security for the region, and that then we don't have that collaboration and commitments displayed by other users within the system. And it is for this reason, and because of our particular context that we find ourselves in, that we cannot actually go about our business to provide water and sanitation to our residents without that coordination. So coordination happens both in a formal and informal fashion. Formal in the sense that there are actual water supply agreements between ourselves and the National Department of Water and Sanitation that really sets out the terms of water use within the region, and informal coordination in through a range of different stakeholder meeting platforms. Our Water Resilience Advisory Committee is another great example of how we've been able to bring together key experts and other important role players to advise and provide information and guidance and insight into the city's water plans. And in this way, we remain outward looking, but more importantly, also understand what is happening within the space of other stakeholders who we interact with when it comes to this shared water resource. So it's basically the foundation upon which we make plans in terms of water provision, both from an infrastructure as well as a servicing point of view. And that is a key theme in our water strategy as well. It speaks very much to engagement, coordination, stakeholder relationship, and we are intending to ensure that we maintain the momentum that we've managed to garner during the period of the drought, when we had an intense communication between ourselves and multiple role players. I think it's quite ordinary after a crisis to almost go back into a state of relaxation. But it's actually after that crisis that you have to prioritize your efforts to ensure that momentum isn't lost and key investments are made to ensure that you are well prepared for urban shocks and strains. Because, I mean, in the case of many cities globally, but also in South Africa and in Cape Town, I think it's quite important to understand that you can't actually build yourself out of a drought crisis, and therefore forward planning is key and coordination is integral to achieving that.
Thank you so much. Well, I think that's a fitting theme to end on, the collaboration. I think it's going to be a very busy year for all of you. Thank you so much to the speakers today. Excellent presentations, excellent discussion. Thank you also to all those who participated in terms of asking questions and so on. Thank you to Alderman Xanthia Limberg, to Ms. Sareen Malik, to Ms. Carla Montiel, and to Ambassador Anita Pipani. And every good wish for the rest of your Africa Day conference. We now will be seeing a short 15-minute performance video of African diaspora artists before the session starts, which will be on cooperation for water infrastructure, financing management, innovation, which will start at 11:30. So thank you very much once again, and all the very best, and keep safe.
Thank you.
Sawa sawa lowi, garakukelewe. Sawa sawa la, sesato. Londo yoso, garakayawale. Warandi sawa sawa la ya, suguyero weta. Sine la veila, okofa yela yela. Lama sawa. Sawa sawa lowi, garakukelewe. Sawa sawa la, sesato. Londo yoso, garakayawale. Warandi sawa sawa la ya, suguyero weta. Sine la veila, okofa yela yela. Lama sawa, gereke wa sawa. Wando
na radiju, na televiziji. Drugi ne pojejo, če ni ukaza, samo tako se prav jim zdi. Tretji najraje pojejo v skupini pesmi v spomin na dobre stare dni. Četrti pojejo v naročju drugih, v objemu zbeganih noči. Peti ne pojejo in ne bi peli, tudi če pojejo lepo. Tudi če prosiš in jih prepričuješ, ne slišiš njihovih glasov.
Shosholoza is a song from Zimbabwe. It is about the journey to South Africa by Zimbabwean miners who are working in gold and diamond mines. The journey itself was long and tiresome, and they spent more than 6 months at times without their families. Today, however, it is a song we are singing against all forms of oppression and repression.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome back to session 2 of 10th Africa Day Conference. Great to have you along on this session titled Cooperation for Water Infrastructure, Financing, Management and Innovation. My name is Ante Milevoj, Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Slovenia. I will be guiding you through this session, and with the good help of our speakers today, we hope we will reach some conclusions on this topic. First of all, let me welcome these speakers. Mr. Oswald Chanda, Acting Director, Water Development and Sanitation from African Development Bank. Mr. Matjaž Ivačić, Director of Company Geocodis from Slovenia. Mr. Matej Miric, Integration Engineer from company Litostroj Power from Slovenia. Mr. David Sodnik, Director and Owner of Walter Group from Slovenia. Ms. Malani Padayachi Saman, Chief Executive Officer of Mpamot from South Africa. Most welcome and thank you very much for joining us to this session. So let me repeat the title of the session. It will be about cooperation for water infrastructure, financing, management, and innovation. Very actual topic today. Even more, it will be so in the near future, in the midterm future, long-term future. So we are looking forward to receiving guidelines and thoughts from our panel of speakers on these topics. Before we go further with our program, let me inform you also on some technical issues within this session. First of all Zoom attendees will be muted during the presentations, but you will be able to use the raise hand function during the Q&A session in order to ask questions live. If selected, you will be granted the ability to unmute yourself and ask your question. Zoom participants may also submit written questions through the Q&A box throughout the meeting, but if you can, please use the raise hand function during the allocated Q&A session so that you can ask your questions directly. So much about the formalities. I think we should have a useful 1 hour or so ahead of us. And let's go forward. Let me invite our first speaker of the session, Mr. Oswald Chanda, Acting Director, Water Development and Sanitation from African Development Bank, to deliver his 10-minute address. Mr. Chanda, the virtual floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. The challenge of meeting the Sustainable Development Goals 6 in Africa is mammoth. The various speakers before us and excellencies have alluded to this. The variation in the terrain and conditions across the continent makes it the more challenging. The focus of this conference, therefore, could not have been any more appropriate, with strong emphasis on cooperation. The water infrastructure challenge in Africa is surmountable. Ladies and gentlemen, water and sanitation are at the very core of sustainable development. Safe drinking water and adequate sanitation and hygiene are pillars of human health and well-being. In addition to domestic purposes, water is needed for food, energy, and industrial production. Uses that are highly interconnected and potentially conflicting. These various uses sometimes generate wastewater, which may cause pollution if not properly managed. The effects of climate change are reflected in shifts in water availability, for example, increasing water scarcity in some regions and flooding in others. Consequently, water is a key factor in making risks related to famine, pandemics, migration, inequalities within and among countries, and political instability. Water scarcity induced by climate change would cost the Sahel up to 11% of their GDP, spur migration, and spark conflict. The human rights to water and sanitation has yet to become a reality for the greater part of sub-Saharan Africa. According to the Joint Monitoring Program, about 425 million out of the 1.2 billion people in Africa or 34% in 2017, lacked access to basic drinking water, while 750 million people, about 60%, did not have access to basic sanitation. Rural areas where 58% of Africa's population lives have worse water supply and sanitation conditions compared to urban populations. Access to basic water supply was 87% in urban areas compared to only 51% in rural areas. For sanitation, the numbers were 55% and 29% for urban and rural areas, respectively. The cost of poor sanitation have a real economic impact. Estimates indicate 1% to 5% of the continent's GDP is lost every year due to inadequate provision of basic sanitation services. This equals to losses of up to 80 billion annually. The water sector struggles to receive funding allocation in sub-Saharan Africa, where governments are pressed with struggling economies and huge debt. The average WASH budget allocation in sub-Saharan Africa is estimated at 0.52% of the GDP, which constrains financing universal access in this COVID-19 era, where access to water services remains a constant. The financing gap to meet the SDG 6 targets is estimated at 55 billion per year, or 3 to 4 times the amount historically invested. Traditional government funding is not sufficient. While commercial investors are weary of investing in sub-Saharan African countries, even on projects backed by a sound business case due to high risk or uncertain returns. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, it is essential to look at the water cycle in its entirety, including all uses and users. In May 2021, the bank launched a new policy on water, following extensive consultation with our partners and clients. It is premised on moving away from sectoral development and management of water resources in favor of a more integrated approach that can balance different needs in a just manner. Ladies and gentlemen, the bank prioritizes water sector and utility reforms, helping countries to achieve greater sustainability and inclusive investments in policy reforms and institutional reforms to complement a long-standing focus on building infrastructure. Water and sanitation utilities are often the best mechanism to reach large and saved populations in urban and peri-urban areas. The bank promotes improvement of efficiency of utility performance, increasing cost recovery from service users, and leveraging public finance to mobilize private sector resources for the sector. The expansion of water supply and availability, the bank's approach in arid landscapes includes the investments in storage infrastructure such as dams, water recycling, and reuse. Where they are available, desalination is also an option. For example, in Kenya, the bank has invested in a 688 million cubic meter Thwake Dam, which provides hydropower generation as well as water supply and sanitation infrastructure. The bank supports last mile connectivity to governments to achieve universal access through national programs based on policy, institutional, and regulatory reforms and results-based financing. The programs promote innovative approaches to behavioral change, productive development, and promote microfinance. With support from the Bill and Melinda Gates, the bank has introduced the principles of the citywide inclusive sanitation, while also promoting innovation in wastewater treatment technologies, realizing that from waste, there are resources that could be recovered and make a difference. Delivery of water and sanitation services in fragile areas. The bank responds to the needs of countries in fragile states in collaboration with a number of UN systems, while helping in the transitioning from humanitarian to development responses that rebuild government's capacity to deliver services, in particular water and sanitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is estimated that over the next 12 years, the African Development Bank is going to invest in the water sector to benefit an additional 154 million people with access to improved water and sanitation services. And with an active current portfolio of $5 billion, the bank is uniquely positioned to champion and customize local solutions by sharing global knowledge and amplifying the impact of financing through technical assistance. However, building the institutions and infrastructure needed for universal access and sustainable water management demands a vast increase in financing. The bank has therefore prioritized cooperation with other development partners for the water sector in efforts to secure the knowledge, advocacy, and raise the billions of dollars which are required to fund the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 6. Improving water sector performance and governance and maximizing asset value, strengthening the enabling environment requires well-designed regulations, dedicated investment promotion, and improved public governance and utility performance. Service providers can also contribute to reduce overall investment needs and improve capital efficiency through improving the operational efficiency and effectiveness of existing infrastructure. Such improvements could result from good operation and maintenance of infrastructure, creditworthiness of water operators, and demand management. Scaling up the diffusion of innovative technologies which have the potential to lower the cost of water-related investments. One of the things that the water policy that was recently approved is the inclusion of nature-based solutions. Other examples that are being adopted is the use of circular economy approach, recognizing the valuable resources what wastewater contains. Water-saving technologies will also be competitive when pricing reflects the cost of scarcity. Innovative business models would help monetize the benefits of improved water management and protection against water risks. This would include making use of development assistance to mobilize additional finance, primarily from private and commercial sources, in order to address the Sustainable Development Goal 6 and promote climate action. Attracting more financing by improving the risk-return profile of water investments, a proper allocation of financial risks and returns would enable public and private actors to earn returns commensurate to the risks taken and encourage private sector investments. For example, in Rwanda, the Kigali Bulk Water Supply Project is a case in point. It is one of the first public-private partnership water supply and treatment projects to be undertaken in sub-Saharan Africa, delivering up to 40,000 cubic meters of water a day. Therefore, strengthening synergy and complementarities with investments in other sectors outside of the water sector will stimulate water-wise investments when they factor in the cost of reducing water risks. Investments that impact water risks, whether via the urban footprint of city landscapers or large water infrastructure projects, impose strong path dependency. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the call to cooperation of partners to realize the Sustainable Development Goal 6 in Africa cannot be overemphasized. In view of the scale of the challenge of financing water infrastructure, it demands commitment and consistency for success with the Sustainable Development Goal 6 in Africa. I thank you, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandra, for your sharing the know-how and expertise on our topic. Dear participants, Mr. Chanda will be with us, available for any follow-up you might have on his topic. Once again, Mr. Chanda, thank you very much. Going further with our pool of speakers, I would, dear ladies and gentlemen, present you Mr. Matjaž Ivačić, Director of company Geocodis from Slovenia. And before I give you the floor, Mr. Ivačić, I would just add for all of us a couple of sentences from your CV. Mr. Ivačić has more than 30 years of experience working with different aspects and fields of GIS technology. Between 1994 and 2001, he worked at Slovenian Ministry of Environment as advisor of Director of National Office for Spatial Planning, where he was responsible for geoinformation technology. Mr. Ivačić, I wouldn't go further, but we got your expertise and know-how. In between, you jumped into the private sector. We are aware that you have plenty of experiences within the sector in Africa as well, and we are looking forward to your next 7 minutes here as a speaker. Please, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
Loud
I would like
clear.
to greet all participants with Slovenian tap water, which is the main topic today. It's a privilege here, and I will try now to share the screen I hope that you will be able to see my 7-minute presentation. This is our company, and we are a small company, as Ante said, that we are focused in spatial and location-based software solutions. We have many years of experiences also in Africa, and we are already present in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, and we are looking forward to business in Ghana. And we are quite present also in international markets. Our main activities, focus of today's topic, are water management solution related to SDG 6, and also remote sensing services from the satellite imagery. I would mention also that Slovenia last year launched the first Slovenian optical satellite. We also used and tested for African region. This is the first project that we have was in Uganda. It's called Utility Performance Monitoring Information System. When we are dealing with piped water supply, and we developed web and mobile application. We worked with different partners, including Austrian Development Agency and others. And our main client is Ministry for Water and Environment in Uganda. On this screen, you can see the screenshots of our application, which is daily used. It includes reporting, following key performance indicators, monthly reports, quarterly reports, and also to measure all important features related to water in Uganda. And here you can see the screenshots from the mobile application. As always, we worked also with local partners, which we found also in Uganda, and you can see here some of our experiences, and we greetings to all. If there is anybody from Uganda, and we enjoy very much your hospitality in the last 5-6 years. Then we got another project, which is on the field of remote sensing, when we experienced some of the remote sensing Earth observation services in different countries, in sub-Saharan countries. And we built up several services and products that are important also for water management. For example, in Gambia, we we were worked with calculation of maximum extent of water coverage, for example, in Gambia. Then we were talking about, we were doing also wanting to measure and to observe the build-up areas in Burkina Faso. All these projects were financed by European Space Agency and also in collaboration with World Bank. So you can see here our portal, on which you can see the products from I think here it was 2 years or 3 years of changes that was done on the build-up areas. Because of previous experiences, we also got opportunity to move to another country, to Rwanda, and we were developing a management information system for WASH, and where our clients could monitor and observe the SDG improvements, and when we were also developing web and mobile application. And our partner there is Minister of Infrastructure, and the projects were financed by UNICEF, JICA, and some other partners. And here you can see the screenshots that are also daily used, and I got information that in June they will complete the first phase of collecting data, and then hopefully we will discuss how to continue with cooperation. Then you can see also the mobile application here, and also some screenshots from our field works. Then we were moved to Kenya, and you can see that here was a bit different project. That was, we were supporting the water reforms that were dealing in Kenya, and we were developing some of the digital products that were crucial and quite important to the government to deal with this reform on water sector. So you can see here what developed by us, and also we were working also with the local partner. Also, the one product was staff information system there, and also some screenshots from what we did there. And not to talk also only about the African countries. In the water sector, we are also present in Slovenia, when we are developing together with our partners products out of radar satellite Sentinel-1 from the Copernicus program, and we observe floods, irrigation, and water accumulation phenomena. You can see on this picture some screenshots from Slovenia cases, and also some radar satellites that are from different cases in Africa, so we can move also to some Africa with this project. What are our future plans? You can see here. We have now some project in Rwanda. We would like to extend into Ghana and to continue working in Uganda. And we are also looking for cooperation with partners, Slovenia and other partners for our further projects. Thank you very much, and more contacts and more information you can see on our web page.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and just a perfect timing. I congratulate you on that. But moreover, I compliment you for all the achievements within Slovenia, but also, or even more in Africa. And dear participants, definitely a point of thinking or point of interest in order to optimize the water infrastructure, to fill in Matthias' services and expertise into the loop. Thank you once again, Matthias. As the next speaker of this session, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you again Mr. Matej Miric, Integration Engineer of Litostroj Power Group from Ljubljana. Before I pass over the word to him, if you allow me a sentence on his CV. Mr. Miric is currently sales manager for Egypt market at Litostroj Power. He has over 10 years experience working in the energy sector. As an electrical engineer, he has been involved in different phases of the projects he has worked on, and for the past 5 years, his work has mainly focused on hydro and water businesses. Mr. Miric, I will give you a floor, but if I'm not mistaken, Litostroj Power Group and has a daughter company, Egypt, for more than 60 or even 70 years. That's a huge point of difference from others. But that's just my loud thinking. Please, I pass you the virtual floor. Next 7 minutes are yours.
Okay, thank you, Ante. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, all participants. My name is Matej Miric and I come from Litostroj Power. I will share now the presentation. I think. Share. Okay. The screen sharing. Okay. Okay. So we come from Slovenia. Litostroj have more than 70 years of experience in hydro business. We have our headquarters in Slovenia, where we have the factory. Then we have also in Czech Republic hydraulic laboratory for turbines and pumps. We have production also in Turkey. We have an office in Canada and also mention an office in Egypt, Cairo. We have supplied more than 32 gigawatts of hydropower all over the world, installed more than 1,000 water turbines and built more than 150 pumping stations. So our two main products, let's say, are turbines and pumps. So here on this screen, you can see a picture of a hydropower plant on the left. So the water comes through the penstock to the turbine. The turbine then turns the generator, and generator produces electrical energy, which goes through the power lines to the end customer. Here on the right, you can see, let's say, one of our turbines and the hydropower plant for your better imagination. The other core business is pumps. So pump is a very similar equipment as turbine, just the water goes the other way. Here the motor turns the pump, and then the pump is pumping the water wherever it is necessary. We are mainly in irrigation and the watering service. So our pumping stations are supplying water for agriculture. As Ante said, we have been present in Egypt more than 60 years, where we supplied 42 pumping stations. Here on the right, you can see all these blue dots are pumping stations supplied by Litostroj. For Litostroj, Africa is definitely an important market. Here, you can see that in the last 10 years, we have done 5 pumping stations in Egypt. Now we have also another under construction. We did one refurbishment of hydropower plant in Kenya. This was hydropower plant Kamburu. We had a project in Mali, hydropower plant Selingwe. And now we have also an ongoing project in Rwanda, supplying the complete equipment, electromechanical equipment for Antaruka hydropower station. So we are quite active there, and we want to be also in the future. We are participating on the tenders for the future project. So if I come to my personal view and also our company view of the hydro potential in Africa, and also the challenges which comes with hydro projects. I agree that Africa has enormous potential, both in hydro, water supply, water transfer, irrigation, desalination. There is no doubt. But I will mention, let's say, some challenges which we face in our project. Here we can see pictures from our site terrains when we are cooperating with the local forces. Let's say, of course, the financing is many times the issue. There are a lot of projects in early stage, but they never come to execution because there is not enough money, or the project are not, let's say, financially viable. Then the transfer of knowledge. Usually we use the local forces for site works, for assembly installation, and we are teaching them how to do something, how to maintain the equipment. And usually in the period of the project, somehow we transfer the knowledge. But after we transfer the equipment to the end customer, usually the maintenance is on very low level. So maybe here we are a bit lucky, because in the previous time, especially when Litostroy was in Yugoslavia, the equipment was built much more robust, not like today. So our equipment had the life cycle of 50 and 60 years without a lot of maintenance. But now in the future, because all the trend in the worldwide is that when producing some equipment, the costs are much more relevant. So we put, I don't know, as material as much as needed, not too much. So I think in the future there should be done some kind of cooperation, more cooperation. The cooperation is already now, but more cooperation between Western companies and local African companies. So some of the knowledge is there locally. So the local people can maintain this, can produce something. Also, we have quite difficulties on our project when we need some small works, repair, machining. So even, or we don't find it, or is very, very expensive to do this. And on the market, let's say in Egypt, where I'm present, there is big wish that we would produce something there locally. But I think this takes time and a lot of will and a lot of energy on both sides, on our side as the suppliers, on investor side, and on the side of the client and locals. But I think if where there is will, there is also the way. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ante.
Thank you very much, Matej. And we have plenty of those, I mean, will, you know. So thank you, Matej, for sharing us your history, your present, as well as your future. Yeah, the transfer of know-how, I guess this is something that we can all relate to. It's in a way also a win-win issue, you know, if you want to do some projects today, regardless the sector of activity, but within your business, I would say, yeah, this is a must. Thank you once again, Matej. Let me go further to our next speaker in this session. I would like once again to greet Mr. David Sodnik, Director and owner of Walter Group from Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me also to read 2 or 3 sentences on his CV. Mr. Sodnik is director and owner of Walter Group. He has more than 18 years of experience in water treatment and disinfection business, constantly looking to implement and upgrade new solutions and technologies in water treatment processes. He started his career as a service technician in the field before becoming the owner and director of the company. Mr. David Sodnik, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ante. I will also have some presentation, so I hope this is on. As Ante said, we are Slovenian-based integration and production company in a drinking water treatment system or process. In this presentation, I will explain you a little bit more about our company, what we have done and what we do. And I will also like to present our new technology, which we call it smart water real-time measurement. So just for information, everything with our company started in early 70s with my father. In 90s, we start to become one of the integrator in our region, mostly in the ex-Yugoslavia region for complete drinking water process. And in 2010, I took over the company, and I immediately start focusing on these new technologies, new way of thinking. And one of these new way of thinking is also what I think will be the future. And this is the data, collecting data of the water and having this information, what is going on with the water. So right now, our company is divided in 2 sectors. One sector is the integration sector, where we integrate different technologies from different suppliers to the water treatment plant. Here our team comes to the plant, makes complete engineering, complete installation, and also the maintenance. And another sector, the second sector, is the production sector. In the production sector, we have a production of desalination system in container, ultrafiltration systems in skids, and also container size. Then we produce our own chlorine gas detector, which is usually used where gas chlorination systems are in place for disinfection of the water. And what we are most proud of, and what is the basically the flagship of our production, is our high pressure chlorine analyzer. And this analyzer is also one of the main components of our smart water technology solution. So just for information and to see the bigger picture, we have done quite a lot of projects around the region and also world. We have done desalination system in the Red Sea, some ultrafiltration system in Africa, a lot of gas chlorination systems, and chlorine gas neutralization systems. We have done quite big number of dosing systems for disinfectant and other chemicals, and of course classical filtration, sand filtration, and multimedia filtration. But what I want to talk right now and what I want to present to all is our new smart water technology solution. So maybe the easiest way to introduce this is that I give you one example. You have the water treatment plant where you have to dose some kind of chlorine or disinfectant in the water. So the water goes from this water treatment plant with approximately, for instance, 2 ppm of chlorine. But when the water travels through the pipeline and came to the end user, you actually don't know how much chlorine level you still have at the end point of the pipeline. So at that time or there we came on, because our technology allows us to measure exact amount of chlorine level at the end point of the pipeline in front of the user. And what does this mean? It actually means that you have the 24/7 online measurement of the chlorine level, which is essential for water quality as a drinkable water. And with that data, you can adjust the dosing level to your needs. So basically, if we take one town where we dose at the start point 4 ppm, and we have 2 ppm of chlorine level at the end of the pipeline, maybe this is too much, and we dose this because we want to be sure that some level of chlorine will be there. But with technology we provide, you can adjust and lower this dose to the right amount. Maybe there is only 1 ppm needed to get the still quality drinkable water to the end user. So main component on this application, it's our 4th generation chlorine analyzer. And this analyzer actually is really, really advanced. One of the biggest feature and biggest advantage is that it's high pressure, which means that we take the water from the piping system, which is pressurized, put it through the analyzer, and put it back into the pipeline under pressure. And in that way, we save around 400 cubic meters of drinkable water per year only by one measurement. So since we don't lose any sampling water. So to implementing this technology, we find a solution to put this in a small box, which includes our analyzer, our high pressure battery driven pump, and data transmission. All these collecting data are then transmitted to the cloud, and from this cloud to the graphic view to the end user or to service guy, which we actually work with previous speaker here on the panel, Geo Codis. So we use their technology to make graphic interpretation of the information from the field. Maybe one big advantage of all this system is that we don't need source of energy as electricity, because everything is working on 12 volts with a battery pack or in a solar powered. So this is just the quick information what we have and what we can provide, not only to Africa but to everyone. So I hope it is interesting also for this region. Thank you.
David, thank you very much. Thank you for being also strict on 7 minutes period. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know a bit more about Walter Group company, their experience, and of course their know-how. Before I go further with our next and last speaker in this session, I do want to share with you, dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of this session, that you can very well already place your questions or raise hand or read or write it in Q&A box for all the presentations that have been done so far. So make no mistake, it is an ex cathedra part of the session, but feel free to use the two-way communications, and we are encouraging you to do just that. Thank you. Going further to our last panelist or last speakers for this part, I would like to introduce you to Madame Malani Padayachi-Saman, Chief Executive Officer of MPA MOT Group from South Africa. Before I give you the floor, Madam, I just wish to share with all of us a couple of sentences from your CV, if you allow me. Ms. Malani Padayachi-Saman is the founder and chief executive officer of the company, as well as subsidiaries in Lesotho, both consulting, engineering, and development companies. Over the past 30 years, Malani Padayachi-Saman has distinguished herself as an engineer and business leader and gained recognition for her dedication to growing the industry, for investing in development of young engineers, and for spearheading and advocating for quality and integrity, whilst also ensuring gender mainstreaming in the industry. Madam, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Annette, for that. Good morning, good morning, evening, afternoon to the global honorable ministries and dignitaries present here today, as well as the delegates and guests that have been invited. It's certainly a huge honor and privilege to be addressing you today, and I must firstly thank the organizers, Chatham House, and more importantly, the government of Slovenia for having extended an invitation to myself. It is such a topical matter, being water security and access to clean water, and it's considered to be a critical human right in many respects. So I'm very privileged to be sharing with you. I'm going to quickly just share my screen with you. I have a short presentation as well. I trust you can all see this. I've taken the liberty of putting together a few slides, and my focus is going to be predominantly in terms of addressing the innovation around water and wastewater. And more importantly, ending off with the collaborative initiatives that I believe can add value in terms of ensuring that discussions, particularly with the issue of the value of homegrown local solutions, as well as the value of global partnerships that can actually be looked at or explored in a more definitive manner in order to change how we see the continent. I'd like to firstly start with...
Excuse me, madam. Sorry to interrupt you, but we don't see your slides. Can you just please check it out?
Oh, aren't you able to see it?
I'm so sorry, but we'll take care of it. Please, can you just double check?
Sorry. Is it coming through now? Are you able to see it?
No, we are not. Are you sharing the screen with us, madam?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any other option, or should we leave it to Chatham House to solve it at the background?
They can, and I will just continue. I trust all you see is my face at the moment, I presume.
Please go on, madam.
Okay, I'm going to, I'm not sure why this is not being shared, but I'm going to carry on.
Please do.
Do you see anything on my slide?
No, we see you, we see your background, your website, and that's it.
Okay, I'm not sure why this is happening, so I'm just going to proceed.
Please do.
Okay, I don't even see my, just going back to where I was intending to share with you the background regarding Africa versus Europe, and more importantly, the maps associated with the areas that have no clean water and no sanitation. And it's very evident, and I'm sure Chatham House can probably circulate the presentation following this to the delegates. It's very evident that when you look at these maps, that Africa itself stands out very prominently. And when you consider that we have a very young population that would realistically, in order for economic activity and growth on the continent, would require access to basic services, more particularly water. I see something coming up.
Now we see your presentation. Thank you very much, Chatham House.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm just trying to get back into the Zoom call because I don't see any of it. But okay, Chatham, can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So here you would see that there's a very definitive requirement, particularly on the African continent, in terms of access to clean water as well as to sanitation. And the point that I wanted to make is that with Africa having such a young population, and for economic activity to take place on the continent, it's imperative that we actually focus on this basic need. Next slide, please. The following slide gives you an indication of the Water Utility Vulnerability Index. And again, it's evident on the continent as to what the situation is. And with all of the stats that we've heard through the conference, I'm not going to labor on that any further, apart from the fact that in order for us to actually explore what is possible on the continent from an economic perspective, it's important that we actually service this basic human right of access to clean water and water security. Next slide, please. I haven't deliberately given you an introduction in terms of what the company does. You are more than welcome as a delegate in this conference to link onto our website and understand what the nature of the business that we're in. Apart from just touching on the very basic stuff on the waterfront, we do everything from a consulting engineering perspective, from the basic provision of looking at borehole water and standpipes, all the way up to large scale water infrastructure that would support collection like reservoirs and distribution as well. On the wastewater side, similarly, we would do everything from a very rural context on the basis of provision of basic stuff insofar as septic tanks, all the way up to high-end wastewater treatment plants. And all of the work that we execute is in the design side, in the consulting engineering space. And we believe that we have a very good and in-depth knowledge, having worked over the past 2 decades in Africa on water and wastewater infrastructure. And therefore, we understand what is required both in a local context, as well as the collaboration and partnerships that would be required to move us forward insofar as ensuring that we're marrying third world requirements with first world technology in order to create hybrid and innovative solutions. My experiences in the water sector spans over 30 years. I myself am a water and sanitation specialist in the engineering field. And over the years, the issue that's been raised by civil society and the fit for purpose solution is critical and fundamental to any rollout of any infrastructure on the continent. And often as engineers, we tend to want to go in and provide high-end solutions, but that is not necessarily the answer that local communities are requiring or needing. And therefore, I would, at the end of it, share with you my thinking around how it needs to be rolled out. But on the innovation side, I just wanted to quickly share with the audience a few items that are considered in the local context, particularly in South Africa, that's being looked at. The fact that we've got very strong bodies like the Water Research Commission that's actually at the cutting edge and the forefront of technology and development is critical. And it's also an important factor in terms of how one looks at innovative solutions, both locally and on the continent. Some of the typical items that I want to just highlight is typically the matter around large-scale rainwater harvesting, including permeable paving for collection. These are obviously items that are being considered in developments locally in South Africa, and certainly items that lend itself to development on the continent. The point I want to make around this is the fact that when you're looking at rainwater harvesting, and when we talk about the integration of urban and rural context, it's evident that rainwater harvesting, even in a rural context, takes place quite extensively. And it's not a design element that's generally considered, but it's of the way the rural community would tend to be involved in agricultural activities that has resulted and culminated in them having to then look at rainwater harvesting. So there's a lot to be learned from what happens in communities in order to shape what we actually require from an infrastructure perspective. The matter regarding water conservation and water demand is also a key element that we look at in a lot of the projects. And particularly around water demand and ensuring that we are actually marrying the day flows and the night flows and actually developing innovative solutions from a management technology perspective, which was also shared by the earlier speaker, and being able to ensure that our zones are appropriately equipped in order to be responsive to the peak demands and to manage that effectively to ensure that we do not have a lot of unaccounted for water losses. Items as fundamental as low or no flush toilets are certainly a matter of consideration as well, using grey water systems. And it's certainly simple, realistic, manageable and implementable matters that can be initiated on the continent. When you're looking at small-scale solar desalination as well, that's a specific item that's also being explored, and a lot of research has been undertaken in that respect. On the irrigation scheduling tools, from an agricultural perspective, it's important to note that there's a technology that's quite advanced locally, and that's being utilized on some projects in terms of being able to ensure that we are actually aligning irrigation scheduling tools to meet with the demands of agricultural needs, and specifically related to the type of crop, as well as how do we then move that into into small-scale farming as well as to commercial. It's currently very appropriately used in commercial farming, but the idea of maybe translating that into small-scale farming as well would be very valuable in terms of ensuring that we maintain water security across the entire value chain. In terms of the innovation side, I do want to also just address the issue about change and how people think. You had the benefit, the conference delegates had the benefit of listening to the very intensive case study of Cape Town and the day zero, and the fact that day zero never actually arrived as we had anticipated because of all the various interventions. I'm not going to actually address that in any detail now, but the fact of the matter is that it was very unusual to us as a country to have a day zero and to have responded in that way. And it's because of the responses and the interventions that we actually did achieve the reductions that we had wanted, and more importantly, had overcome a very unusual situation, unprecedented situation that actually arose. The campaign to only buy products, there are extensive campaigns locally that looks at, particularly with the large brands and the large chain stores, where products that are actually sourced and produced using minimum water are actually stamped as such, and thereby ensuring a campaign around ensuring that the public is made aware that these particular products are actually more favorable in terms of purchasing because of the sensitivity around the water usage in the actual final product. In terms of crop choices and things that need less irrigation, I'm not going to labor on that because that is very linked to the agricultural sector and the crop choices in terms of ensuring that that it requires less irrigation. And I also want to just stress and I mentioned the Water Research Commission, there's a lot of information that's being developed, a lot of highly credible toolkits, etc., that have been developed, and not only in South Africa, but across the continent. And I just believe that there's an opportunity for us to learn from each other, and more importantly, to utilize these toolkits to be able to sort of leapfrog this initiative in terms of being able to then look at both local, what is available locally, and more importantly, to look at the global partnerships that can actually be generated in order to leapfrog this. I'd like to, the next slide, please. We can move on. On the wastewater disposal side, just to very quickly touch on that, there's obviously a lot of innovation, technological innovation taking place in this space as well, particularly around the plant microbial fuel cell sludge treatment. Currently, the investigations that are being conducted at the University of Cape Town. There's innovation taking place in terms of creation of biobricks from urine or sludge. And then there's definitely robust processes that need minimum O&M costs and remote monitoring. You've listened to some of the information on the previous speaker on the water side and on the dosing and treatment. And similarly, there are definitely artificial intelligence for energy and chemical use reduction. But the one thing that I do want to also state at this point is that one needs to be conscious and cognizant of the fact that in whatever we're doing on the continent, we have to certainly ensure that it is vandal-proof. Poverty is an issue on the continent. Theft is a high consideration. So in developing these and in actually looking at them, you need to have like a holistic approach that they are in fact, it's implementable, more importantly, and fit for purpose. On the change how people think, there's definitely a robust safety in wastewater reuse, but there is certainly a hesitancy in terms of the reusabilities and converting wastewater to potable water, which is achievable. But that campaign and that opportunity to be able to do that is something that needs to be elevated, and that's where civil society comes in to assist in such programs. On the, you would note that, acid mine drainage is a key and critical element in the South African context, and there's a lot happening on that front, on the technology side, the innovation side, and more important in utilizing of what is deemed to be non-usable into water treated for irrigation use of high quality. So there's a lot of technology that has actually been developed on that in that side. Multiple wastewater processes available. It's very important to note that that in the context of developing nations, the spread and the movement of urban to rural is, although with all good intentions in terms of town planning, it's not very effective in terms of being able to model that effectively and appropriately. And a lot of it is actually dictated by industry and where it's sited, etc., and work opportunities. Therefore, it's critically important that when you're looking at wastewater treatment plants and the loading that's applicable, that there's sensitivity around and ensuring that there's multiple processes that are considered in the design of these to be able to be responsive to the requirements of changing needs in communities and in towns and municipalities. And therefore, a one-size-fits-all kind of process is not necessarily a preferred option. And there's certainly thinking around how that can be expanded on. And life cycle costing during the design phase is critical. The introduction of possibly solar options, because we have lots of sunshine in most of the continent, and the opportunities that present themselves for solar or concentrated solar power is huge and can actually add lots of value in terms of ensuring that the operational elements of wastewater treatment plants are actually minimized. Can I move on to the next slide, please? And then to conclude, in terms of partnering for solutions, with the announcement of the Africa Free Trade Agreement, there's huge opportunities on the continent for countries to work with each other. But alone, I don't believe we can succeed, because there's certainly innovation and opportunities that actually can be inherited from global partners as well. And therefore, I believe that there's a pronged approach that needs to be actually looked at on the continent. The one being the awareness creation and understanding exactly what is fit for purpose, what is applicable, what solutions would actually ensure that you can have sustainable work opportunities for communities and create economic activity that can actually lend itself to countries growing themselves in terms of the opportunities that then present themselves. The engineering solutions that we're talking about so the awareness creation is very much around water conservation and safe storage campaigns. The engineering solutions that I've spoken about is that I've noted that, we can't really as countries work in isolation when it comes to water security. Therefore, an integrated approach in terms of master planning, whether it's regionally focused or not, is critical. And it's also important that in consideration that implementation is also considered in an integrated way. There's certainly merit in doing that on that score. In terms of the considered delivery, water and wastewater are probably one of the sectors where one could really have women employed at mass. And it's because of the nature of the infrastructure, particularly in many of the items where there's a possibility, because there isn't necessarily an element of it that requires physical kind of exertion to be able to do that. And I do believe that the programs that are run needs to take that into consideration. There's a number of initiatives that I'm spearheading, particularly on labor-intensive construction methods locally, and the ability to be to demonstrate that more women can be actually absorbed in the sector and to be able to meaningfully contribute in terms of developing such infrastructure. And given the fact that they are probably the ones that are the most relevant in terms of the need for having basic, water services at hand, particularly with the collection of the fact that they might, in some communities, women travel for many kilometers and to get access to clean water. And then on the last element, all of this is not necessarily possible without the correct financing solutions. And certainly there have been some success stories. There are two such success stories in South Africa in terms of public-private partnerships and the rollout of water infrastructure. But there could be a lot more, and it could be along the entire value chain that one could possibly look at opportunities for such public-private partnerships. In terms of other financing options, there's certainly the green bonds and the impact funding. And then also of consideration is the long-term concessions. We do want sustainability in the sector, and more importantly, long-term concessions do tend to lead to that sort of. And even in the concessions, there's due consideration of local communities and stockfells and cooperates to be able to participating actively in such rollout programs. So it is certainly a consideration. And then my last slide, I just want to conclude and to say thank you for this opportunity, and back to you, Anne.
Dear Ms. Padayachi-Saman, thank you very much for your presentation. We managed this way or that way. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as we go live, these kind of sweet challenges are happening. but madam, you did your job just great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's 42 minutes past the hour at my watch, and if I'm not mistaken, we have to finish by 45 past the hour. Therefore, I do see some of the questions in Q&A box. However, if I may give just one question to all of you panelists here. Since, madam and gentlemen, you are coming from the private sector, we were all talking mostly on the technological side of the business. But can you share with us in 20 seconds, not more, who are your target people? I mean, the marketing side of the business is also important. Who are you partnering with in Africa? Please, can I go the same way like you talked so far? Matthias, can I start with you? 20 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Ante, for this question. I think there is not only one. I think we are always looking for one partner who is the main client of our services, our solutions, and then usually we are also working with, or we are needing one financial partner who is able to finance and to support all these water-related activities within. And as a small company, we are also looking always to some partners in consortium. That's maybe the whole box or triangle of how we look on this issue.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Matej, please.
We are looking for partners, especially in Egypt, the civil contractors. So we try to partner with them in consortium and take the project or be their nominated sub-supplier. So
thank you.
Okay.
David?
Yeah, for us, I think the companies like engineering companies and integration companies will be best partner, but also some government decision makers are also for us.
Thank you very much. Ms. Padayachi Saman, you are a private sector businesswoman as well. So who are you partnering normally within the private sector?
We would predominantly be partnering with public sector in terms of providing innovative solutions. The other point I want to make is the private sector has now become very active. So in terms of tweaking systems, and when you look at circular economies, there's huge opportunities there for us to assist them in ensuring that that they have responsive systems, particularly with large-scale housing developments and the likes. So,
thank you very much. Undeliberately, I left Mr. Chanda out of this question. Please share your views on this.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to point out that at the African Development Bank, we are ready to support any private engagement for financing infrastructure. So should any private company go into either a PPP arrangement with the government, we're ready to finance that. Predominantly, we're financing governments, but we are also ready to finance the PPP arrangement. All that we need is to see the agreement, and then we can come in through project financing. We can also do equity financing, but predominantly we go for private financing, just to explain that, you know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chanda, for your thoughts as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as normally, you know, when things are going to its end, the questions are starting to boom. I do see several here in my chat box as well. Let us talk with the organizers how we will address those, because we are 2 minutes past the hour, but definitely we will share contacts and presentations of our speakers in this session today with all of you. So having said that, dear panelists, I do really want to thank you for your input within last hour or so. I wish you a very, very good and beneficial ways forward in your business, in your private life as well. I remain at your disposal for any follow-up that you might need. And 3 minutes past the hour, I wish to hand over the floor to Ms. Petra Kežman, Head of Department for Public Diplomacy and International Cooperation in Culture from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to start with the session 3. Thank you very much and cheers.
Welcome to this short yet topical session on creativity as a driver of sustainability. A very warm welcome to our two guests, Angela Martens, Head of the Cultural Division from the African Union, and Alexandra Tor, Political Officer at the EU Delegation to Ethiopia. The year 2021 is a milestone year in how the international community perceives and supports cultural and creative sectors. The United Nations proclaimed the year as International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. The African Union chose arts, culture, and heritage as the theme of the year. The EU High Representative, Mr. José Borrell, wrote his very first blog of the year on culture as the key element of exchange between Africa and the EU. All this coincided, but it was not a coincidence. Cultural and creative sectors have more than doubled in size since the turn of the millennium. Their impact on growth and jobs is bigger than, for instance, in automotive or chemical sectors. Plus, they have a very powerful impact on intercultural understanding and awareness raising. On environmental issues, on human rights, you name it. So when speaking about water, obviously policies and investments are key, but if we really wish to succeed the change, we need the population on board. We need people who are aware of their right to clean water, aware of the need to change habits to protect it. And most probably a well-organized eco-art festival in public space can do more in this sense than even the best prepared political speech. Therefore, we believe it's time to place cultural and creative sectors at the very center of our innovation policies. And this is exactly what the African Union did. So I turn to you, Mrs. Martens. Tell us, what was the trigger for African Union to pick as the focus of this year, culture, arts, and heritage?
Good afternoon, Madam Moderator, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Before I respond to the question, allow me to express gratitude from the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development for this opportunity to share with you the work that we are doing in the area of culture. The adopted AU theme of the year for 2021 is Arts, Culture and Heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. The theme came about out of the need to give more visibility to the arts, culture, and heritage sector, to develop and promote Africa's creative economy and profile its rich heritage, meaning cultural and natural heritage within the continent and internationally. In order to pursue the decision that declared the theme of the year, we have an ambitious concept note and roadmap of more than 50 activities. The activities will be run between this year and next year. Major areas of focus for intervention in the theme of the year are in the area of policies, continental policies on arts, culture, and heritage, the development of the African creative economy, promotion of the African identity, shared values, languages, history, and oral traditions, the protection and promotion of Africa's rich and unique heritage and cultural property. If you may allow me, we have main policy instruments in order to implement these activities that I mentioned above. For instance, we have the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, a blueprint policy for the arts sector. This charter, the launch of the entry into force of the charter was held yesterday to celebrate Africa Day. We also have a revised AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries, which is of 2008. And the aim of this plan of action is to guide the development of the sector on the continent, paying special attention to artists and cultural workers' intellectual property rights. We also have a flagship project of the African Union Agenda 2063, which is the establishment of the Great Museum of Africa, which will be headquartered in Algiers, in Algeria. The launch of this museum will be held in July as part of the activities of the theme of the year also. And finally, we have the statute of the African Audiovisual and Cinema Commission, which was adopted by the African Union Assembly in 2019, aimed at promoting the creative economy of audiovisual and cinema on the continent. This institution, we are in the initial phases of establishing it in Kenya, Nairobi, spearheaded by the government of Kenya. I thank you very much.
Many thanks. This is very impressive. Congratulations really for all the work and the engagement. If we now turn to the EU side, the EU, on the other hand, launched in 2019 probably the most ambitious cultural project ever, called European Spaces of Culture. Spaces, digital, physical, that are meant to reinforce the dialogue and cooperation between the EU cultural actors and artists on the one hand, and those from the partner countries. And we are very lucky to have one of the 6 selected projects also in Ethiopia. Hello, Mrs. Dor. Can you please tell us a little bit more about the project? Okay, I have the impression we have some problems on the line. So maybe we can continue, Mrs. Martins, to elaborate a little bit the engagement of the African Union. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit your cooperation with the European Union. What is your evaluation of it, and what are the next steps you would recommend us?
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now? I think I'm back.
Okay, welcome back.
Hi, sorry for that. Well, yeah, the connectivity issues are sometimes in place. Thank you very much, Petra. So let me just jump straight to tell you a couple of words about our project. So the project that we are running, yes, since the end of 2019, here in Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia, together with the several European Institutes of Culture and also our local Ethiopian partners, is called Tibebbe Abebabai, which means in Amharic, art in public space. So basically the idea of the project was to put art on the streets of Addis Ababa, all kinds of arts, paintings, murals, cooking classes, dancing performances. So we had this idea to put this art in kind of unusual places. So not really the places where, you know, the museums or the cultural institutes, but the places where people will just stumble upon it during their everyday life routine, let's say. The two main objectives of our project was actually inclusiveness and raising awareness. While designing this project together with our local partners, we identified as a main challenge the very low participation of local Ethiopian public in the cultural events organized by European cultural institutes. And we realized that it's because a lot of people are not confident enough, were not confident enough to enter the premises of the cultural institutes where some activities were taking place, or they were not sure if they can join. So we decided to just put the art on the streets, to bring the art to people. So this was kind of this objective of inclusiveness. So it was inclusiveness of the public, but also inclusiveness of the artists. We decided to collaborate with several artist groups that were comprised of people who live with disabilities. And then raising awareness. So basically we understand culture as a notion of knowledge. So we decided that the theme of our street festival would be migration and the experience of migration. So we asked all the artists, all our artists, to create their art, again, from cooking, dancing to paintings, that was related with migration, the experience of migration, to also give this kind of like a notion, like a focus on the project. So basically this was and still is the idea of the project. Of course, the outbreak of pandemics a bit forced us to place some activities online. So we were a bit afraid how will it, you know, how this inclusiveness will happen online. But thanks to our great local partners, we still managed to reach a lot of people and kept this inclusiveness objective alive. So thank you very much.
I really like this notion of culture as knowledge. So what you said about knowledge about migration would probably also be possible to transfer to the knowledge on sustainability or knowledge on water. Probably it works in all directions. Now we had the African Union and European Union side, but now let's talk about our cooperation in culture. So Mrs. Martens, let me repeat the question I already asked briefly. We would be grateful if you could share with us your evaluation about the cooperation and your recommendation on the next steps. Can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry about that. You can hear me now? Okay. So I was saying the cooperation on culture between Africa and the EU goes back many years ago. We were part of the Human Rights and Governance Group in the Africa-Europe Cooperation. And the activity which I'm going to describe basically goes back to that time. But since 2015 up to date, we haven't had an engagement with regards to arts, culture, and heritage. So the issue which we were cooperating with is the protection of cultural property and heritage. Protection of cultural property and heritage has been a preoccupation and cause of concern for the African Union since inception as the Organization of the African Unity in 1963, and has enshrined in most continental instruments, including the Constitutive Act, the AU Agenda 2063, the Charter, which I just mentioned, and the Model Law on the Protection of Cultural Property and Heritage, amongst other continental instruments. The AU Model Law on the Protection of Cultural Property and Heritage came about as a priority, which was set out in the inventory of all cooperation activities between Africa and Europe with regards to cultural goods. This model law was a recommendation of this study, and we engaged a working group of experts which developed the model law on the protection of cultural property and heritage. I mentioned earlier the Great Museum of Africa. As per the description of this museum and mandate of the museum, it is supposed to be a central hub for the return of illicitly trafficked cultural property from the continent. If we continue with this cooperation, because once when the cooperation was ongoing and the study was undertaken, the study highlighted many recommendations, and the model law was one of the recommendations. So if we could continue with the cooperation so that we could implement other recommendations of the study, for instance, the one related to the creation of initiatives like the Great Museum of Africa, which will allow to respond to this pertinent issue, which is illicit trafficking in cultural property. Another area which I foresee would be in the cultural and creative industries. Europe has an added advantage in this area. And I mentioned the AU Plan of Action on Cultural and Creative Industries and the establishment of the African Audiovisual and Cinema Commission. These are institutions which we expect will be spearheading the development and promotion of the cultural and creative industries of the continent. So if we could engage in this area, it would be very helpful and enhance the creative economy on the continent. Thank you.
Mrs. Thor, do you also have some lessons learned of your project to share with us?
Yes, I think especially when it's connected with sustainable development, I think the main issue and the main lesson learned for all of us is to change our understanding of the culture. Cultural sector and art in general has a huge potential in awareness raising, in education also. It can really contribute to change habits of people. We have to remember that cultural activities are way more attractive, let's say, to people than the traditional, let's say, ways of awareness raising, like lectures or even conferences. It's just more fun also. And this is also what people, especially young people, are looking for. Culture and art has also very huge potential of showing complex issues like the ones related to sustainable development in a very understandable way. And it also can reach way broader audience than this more traditional awareness raising initiatives. So I think that when we're designing cultural projects especially as donors, we should always have this in mind, and we should do it in synergy with the other development projects that we are running in the country or in the region, and to really see the cultural so I think this is the most important and kind of very short lesson learned on how to do it. I would say to involve the local partners on the very early stages of designing the project. This is also what we did with our Ethiopian project, because thanks to this, not only we know how to do it, but also on which issues to focus in this.
Thank you. I will round up this session with a promise that the upcoming Slovenian presidency of the EU Council will place culture and creativity in sustainable development very high on its agenda, with a special focus on Africa. If you're interested in this topic, we warmly invite you to visit our website, creativeforum.si, and join us in the conference in September. So with this, I thank both panelists and give the word to my dear colleague, the head of Department for Africa and Middle East, Natalia Al-Mansour, and congratulate her for the great conference. Thanks to all.
Hello and welcome back, dear guests, to this final closing session of our conference. If you have been following throughout, you have seen that there were many promises made in our conference to put Africa very high on the agenda during the presidency when it comes to policies, when it comes to culture, and to build up on our cooperation. I'm extremely pleased with everything that we have heard. We have had amazing contributions so far. And I would like to start first, as we highlighted in the beginning of this conference, to speak a little bit about the starts of the conference. I have highlighted in the beginning that an initiative to organize Africa Day conference was started by two organizations in Slovenia. One is the Club of Former Ambassadors and the African Forum in Slovenia. Through the years, our conference grew to adequately reflect our interest in building partnerships between Slovenia and Africa, between Europe and Africa. And I'm very pleased with all that we have achieved so far. And I hope that we would continue so in the future as well. But now, allow me to welcome speakers to this session of the conference. I am very, very happy to welcome Ambassador Matthias Šinkovec, who is our national coordinator for relations with African countries and institutions at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. Also, Mr. Ibrahim Nuhu, the co-founder of the International African Forum, the one I said that were among those who started the initiatives to start this conference. Then Dr. Mimi Ajibade, who is the member of council at the Chatham House, our amazing partners. And Mr. Cohen-Duns, the Director General at the Directorate General for International Partnerships at the European Commission, who has always been our partners in this journey of Africa Day, and we're very grateful for all their support. And finally, the final speech will be to Dr. Stanislaw Raszczan, who is the State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And now I would like to invite our first speaker, Ambassador Szynkowicz. Please, the floor is yours. Ambassador, kindly unmute yourself, please. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties, but I hope we will solve this soon.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to add a few very personal thoughts to today's debate, as well as for handling so ably the demanding job of the Africa and Middle East Director. And thank you, friends from Chatham House and the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10th Africa Day Conference is the right time not only to look forward, but also to reflect what Slovenia has done in the past, to interact more actively with Africa. And kudos to all the people involved in the past decade. I was most of the time not there, so I could not say too much about it. And actually, while our first contacts go back to the 18th century, the most active exchange rose and waned decades ago, with Slovenian companies highly active on the continent. 4 years ago, after my return from Brussels as an ambassador to the African Union, Ethiopia, and Cabo Verde, the MFA formulated our first midterm strategic document to enhance, upgrade, and energize our relations and cooperation with sub-Saharan Africa. The first results are evident and encouraging, but there is still a long way to go. Well, in my political and diplomatic life, I have always preferred moving from talking the talk to walking the walk, as at the end of the day, only facts on the ground matter. I'm glad we are putting more importance on a selected number of issues that are sort of in our DNA, and it is only right to tackle down-to-earth issues, not just exchange nebulous thoughts. We put a lot of importance on the issue of water even before our first EU Council presidency in 2008, and the campaign for the UN Security Council seat that followed. Contaminated water accounts globally for over 1.5 million deaths every year, and about 2/3 of that in Africa. It's like a pandemic, but there is a cure if we all pitch in. As our president said 2.5 years ago, addressing the ambassadors of the 55 African Union member states at the AU headquarters in Addis Ababa, access to safe drinking water is crucial for human food security, as well as sustained peace and conflict prevention. Well, tongue in cheek, I can say that the issue of clean water is close to me personally, as I come from a place called Between Waters. While most of my hand-on experience stems from my activity as the Foreign Minister's Special Envoy for Slovenia's Security Council bid between 2008 and 2011. I visited the Pacific, both north and south, and sort of along the way, got involved in 3 small development projects dealing with drinking water. In the Marshall Islands, Slovenia co-financed their first water summit. I started my address there quoting Coleridge's Ancient Mariner, water, water everywhere, nor a drop to drink, referring to the problems of clean drinking water in this 1,000-island archipelago with less than 200 square kilometers of land and almost 2 million square kilometers of ocean. I learned the manifold difficulties of providing clean water in atolls that lie just a couple of meters above sea level, as well as, for instance, mountain high islands with 3 times the rainfall of Ljubljana. After having had consultation with experts, private entrepreneurs, ministers, prime ministers, and presidents, well, it's very easy to meet everyone there, and it is very important. I proposed, while island hopping to Ljubljana, 2 more low-cost development projects. One to finance a water purification plant to provide clean water to a large school on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia, and the other one in the state of Angar in Palau to finance the refurbishing of an old US military pumping and desalination plant and connect it with the island's main drinking water supply. I did hit some bureaucratic snags here and there, but within a few months they were resolved. On average, each of these 3 projects cost 10,000 euros, and the impact was and still is evident. In the following years, when I served in Brussels, meeting colleagues from Africa, Caribbean, Pacific states, I was approached by several concerning eventual Slovenian similar projects in the area of water. I did help their links with financing as well as with contacts with Slovenian companies. However, my proposal to Ljubljana to set up a €500,000 euro fund to realize annually 50 small projects in small ACP states did initially get rather high level support, but then the whole idea fizzled out. As I'm running out of time, let me suggest once again, a bit naively, that on water projects, we move as much as possible and within legal parameters from the onerous, lengthy, and overblown procedures to a more streamlined process. First, minimizing the bureaucracy involved in the government or local NGOs dealing with these projects. Have trustworthy people involved who believe in their mission and not just see it as a job. Second, as much as possible, involve Slovenian companies. Once on the ground with a development project, they may find other interests to stay. Third, involve Africans who studied in Slovenia and either returned to Africa or remained here. Fourth, drastically minimize the period between calling a tender, approval, and realization. Emulating my own experience, it should not take more than 6 months. Fifth, have strict verification on the ground. And last but not least, apart from Slovenia and EU finance projects, try to find trilateral projects with countries such as South Africa, who know the continent best. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Szynkowicz. I mean, I think you gave us excellent examples of how a single person can make a huge difference with passion and with dedication. And I believe your suggestions were heard by the responsible officials in Slovenia and wider. So I hope they were paying attention. Thank you so much. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Nuhum, the co-founder of International African Forum, who is joining us and who also is one of those individuals who moved something and started an important conference. Mr. Ibrahim, can you please, the word is yours. Mr. Nuhum, we cannot hear you. Can you kindly unmute yourself? We're still a little bit. No, I'm sorry, maybe. And we're all very eager to listen to you. It might be that the headsets, Mr. Nuhum, are the problem. If we could try without the headset, because you are unmuted. Yes. I hope we will solve this very, very quickly. Maybe in the meantime, if you allow me, I'm not sure whether this is going. I would like to invite the next speaker. As I already introduced, Dr. Mimi Ajibade, the member of, no, I think we're back, still not. Mr. Ibrahim, let's try to solve the issue with speakers, and I will give the floor to Dr. Mimi Ajibade. In the meantime, Dr. Ajibade is a member of Council of the Chatham House as I said, our amazing partners in Africa Day. Dr. Ajibade, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia, and thank you, Mr. Nuhum. I get an opportunity to speak before. And to mirror what His Excellency has just said, indeed, water is so important. Indeed, I think in the last year, we've found out how important it is for even personal hygiene in the light of COVID-19, with posters everywhere telling us to wash our hands, but with what? Water. So on that note, if I may, I would like to extend our greetings from Chatham House and indeed praise to all who have organized this conference. In particular, we are congratulating the Republic of Slovenia on this Jubilee year, marking the 10th edition of the Africa Day International Conference. And for the past decade of sustained engagement on cooperation between Slovenia and African states and the African Union. Long may it continue. On behalf of Chatham House, we thank our partners and co-hosts from the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, particularly Monica Percic, I hope I got that correct, who has been instrumental in running off the conference since our partnership began. And let us not forget our chair here, Natalia Al-Masur, for her leadership and great insight. Monica, Natalia, and their colleagues at the ministry have worked tirelessly to deliver this conference, and we are deeply grateful for their collaboration. On behalf of Chatham House, we thank the European Commission for also co-hosting the conference. Indeed, thanking all speakers and chairs for their contributions to the conference sessions and all those who have attended. Let me just take a moment and tell you a wee bit, just a little bit about the background. We at Chatham House are very proud of our Africa program, which has been collaborating on the African Day Conference since 2017, during which time it has worked on 4 editions of the conference. This has represented an extremely valuable dimension of the Africa program's broader work on Africa-EU relations. The program has had a long-running project focused on engagement between, in particular, the regions of sub-Saharan Africa and Central and Eastern Europe. We have already published 3 research papers on this relationship. The first explored diplomatic re-engagement. The second focused on trade and investment. And the latest paper examined the contribution of the CEE-Africa relations to the wider Africa-EU partnership. There are also 2 further papers in development on digitization and labor migration, respectively. Please keep a lookout for that. Indeed, it has been excellent to see the deepening engagement and collaboration between African countries and Slovenia, expressed through discussions at this conference and in the research work Chatham House has carried out. And we look forward to this relationship flourishing further over the next decade. We must also remember what His Excellency has cautioned us. We must ensure to implement, not only discuss, develop policy, but implement. Long may our continued collaboration continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajibade, for your kind words as well. And I join you in this call that it may continue and bring more fruitful results for all of us. Now I hope I can also welcome Mr. Nuhum, and that we can listen to his insights into the development in the past 10 years of Africa Day. Mr. Nuhum, the floor is yours. Slišimo.
Okay. Hvala lepa za besedo.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Africans in Slovenia and around the world, global citizens, allow me to extend a very warm welcome on my behalf and on behalf of my institution as the initiator of this conference 10 years ago. Yes, 10 years have passed since we established this conference. And I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference, because I'm very well aware how much work is needed to organize such a conference. For us Africans, 25th of May is actually a day that brings us together, that connects us. This is a day when we come together and we celebrate the fact that our forefathers came together, created an organization that is not just an Africa organization. It's an organization that benefits the entire world. And this is why every African is celebrating this day with great pride. When I first got the idea to set up this event, an international conference to enhance relations between Slovenia and the African continent, I saw that we needed to do more. Up to that point, Slovenia did not really deal that much with the African continent. I mean, there were some points of cooperation, but there weren't any high-level contacts. So state-level ties were missing. We wanted to bring them closer to Slovenia. My destiny, of course, is linked to Slovenia. And this is why I got this idea. And I am happy to see that this idea was fruitful and that I encountered Mr. Tosh, who was very forthcoming and accepted this idea with open hands. In only 2 months, we managed to organize the first Africa Day International Conference. I'm not sure whether it was a half-day or a one-day conference, but of course we had to look for partners. Ibrahim said you need to contact the Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and you need to contact the Archbishop. Why? Because we needed to have, well, God's blessing, probably. And Mr. Tosh, as ambassador, he contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and ICP. So these were the 4 partners in the first conference. Today, I'm glad to see that this event managed to expand and managed to evolve into what was the vision that we had at the very beginning. We wanted to have representatives of the state, not individual representatives, but state itself, because we know that representatives change. Having institutional partners is so important. For me, this is an excellent example of synergies between governmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, the academia, and also the cultural sector. Little by little, step by step, we've had more and more partners. The idea was having an open invitation, was having an open concept. Everybody who wanted to contribute something to this event was able to do it. The Bled Strategic Forum also entered into this partnership, and we reached a whole different level. My vision at the very beginning was having a summit in Slovenia between African countries, 54 or 55 countries, and European countries, having a summit here in Slovenia. If we manage to do this, our hearts will overfill with joy, because we will be able to connect our home continent and Slovenia. And of course, today's topic is water. I come from Mali, And I was born and raised alongside the Niger River. This was in the region where I came from. So the north of Mali, water became scarce very often. Water became a nightmare for households and especially for women, especially for young girls, because many girls weren't able to attend school because they had to go look for water. Every morning or every evening, they had to go out and look for water, look for woods to set up a fire. What is the importance of water? Of course, water is important and connected to education, to the environment. And this is why I'm very fond of this topic. I came to Slovenia to study forestry. I was given a grant to study forestry and water. These were the main topics. When I came to Slovenia, I was only able to study forestry-related topics. My degree only states that I studied forestry. The country, of course, accepted my degree, but I didn't return to Mali. However, despite staying here in Slovenia, I stayed connected to Mali. I stayed connected to Africa. And I remain connected to water. I'm convinced that we need to do more to safeguard our resources. I cooperate with a small Slovenian organization, Water Agency, which is aimed at increasing different awareness-raising activities and educational activities on the importance of water as a natural resources. There is a Slovenian saying that water is not good for even to drink, but this is of course not true. Water is a precious commodity, it's a precious resource, which has become also a source of dispute, a source of wars. And we are convinced that the entire world, NGOs, governments, have to join hands and cooperate. I think that there are enough water resources worldwide. When I go around Slovenia, many people say that there is no water in Africa. But I don't think this is true. There is enough water all around, but having access to water, that's a whole different story. In Africa, the problem is having access to water. Our households should have access to water, and this is the responsibility of countries, of governments. And this is why governments should play an active role here. When I look at the current situation, I have to say that I am very satisfied to see Europe cooperating with the African continent. Spain also has its enclaves in Africa. And I think that Africans and Europeans should cooperate on a win-win basis, because everyone can benefit from such joint projects. I know that you've already listened to a lot of presentations and that time is ticking for all of us, but let me conclude by calling on all of you to send positive messages of solidarity and empathy to all countries that are suffering from war and disputes, especially in Africa and in my home country, Mali. We are all in this together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nuhum, for this very nice insight on the beginnings. You know, you were a man with a vision. And here I would also give a special thanks to Ambassador Peter Tosh, who unfortunately couldn't join us here, the president of the Club of Previous Ambassadors of Slovenia. You know, it's the vision that makes a change. And I also say that I must agree with you, we all want win-win situations. And I hope, and I'm sure that we will find ways to also implement some more of your visions. But now we need to continue, and I would like to ask our next speaker, Mr. Cohen-Doens, the Director General for International Partnerships from the European Commission, who has also been accompanying us for a while in this journey on Day of Africa, to give us a little bit of his insights. Thank you so much, and please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and I mean, really a pleasure to be with you. I remember years ago where we started all this, and I'm really glad to see how much traction it is getting. I mean, it's really fabulous, and I think that the topic you've chosen today, I know it's a top priority for you. I know you will take it into your presidency, and it was very good to see. I mean, already how rich the discussion was that we had today. I mean, when I hear talking about water, I always remind myself of the fact that actually, you wouldn't say so, but 60% of the human body is water. And it rises even to 73% when we talk about our heart or our brain. I mean, if you think of it, 73% of our heart and our brain is water. So it says enough about the importance. But let me first of all, on behalf of the Commission, of course, really thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia, Chatham House, of course, for the co-hosting of this event. I think, I mean, the past year obviously has been an incredibly difficult one. No need to go into the details or the reasons for it, but I think that even before the pandemic hit us, we were already seeing an unprecedented health crisis, socio-economic consequences, of course, but we already had before the pandemic a real climate and emergency and environmental emergency. I mean, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, often quotes it as the real defining challenge of our time. Now, one aspect I think that today's conference clearly illustrates is that improving access to clean water actually links all these agendas, and that therefore it's really the right and the sensible thing to do from an environmental point of view, from a human development point of view, and also, by the way, from an economic point of view. Ultimately, clean water and sanitation are the first line of defense in our fight against future pandemics and zoonotic diseases. A complicated word, which in the meantime we've all gotten accustomed to. Strange how these things work. Access to fresh water, of course, can also increase economic growth. I mean, the figures are very clear, by up to 30% even in some regions, while it often, I mean, empowers people also and bridges inequalities. And so I think, to put it plain and simple, a more efficient use of water will not just save lives, it will not just restore biodiversity and cut pollution, but it is also a key element for economic growth, making it more sustainable, making it more just, and making it more inclusive. Now, the EU and Africa obviously enjoy a special partnership, which we continue to develop, to strengthen. And I think that together, I mean, there's still a lot that we can do. And with the upcoming EU-AU summit, I think we are already now in the process of designing such an ambitious agenda. Now, if you look at water and sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, only 27% of the population use a safely managed drinking water service, and only 25% have access to basic hand washing facilities. So that really calls for a mobilization, and we would like to see mainstreaming access to clean water and sanitation really throughout the recovery plans, the development strategies we are discussing now. And as Africa and African countries do that, pay that kind of crucial attention to water, we will obviously be keen to help, the EU member states as Team Europe to really turn this challenge into an opportunity. And we don't start from scratch. I mean, between 2014 2020 and the past budgetary cycle, the European Commission and the EIB alone, so putting aside our member states alone, disbursed around 1.7 billion euros for water and sanitation investments in Africa. And so if you put these investments with the contributions of our EU member states as Team Europe, we have a much more sizable, but also much more concrete mobilization. Let me just give you two examples. I mean, we've helped together as Team Europe with the development of the first desalination plant in Djibouti with a 73 million euro grant. And I think, look at Djibouti, look at where it lies, look at what challenge the access to water is. This desalination plant is really a major step forward. It was just inaugurated last March. Or we've also mobilized as Team Europe with the financing of new boreholes in Zambia to facilitate access to water amidst the pandemic and the severe droughts that they were facing. So it shows the capacity of Team Europe to mobilize and to really bring concrete things to the people. So we hope, and that's at least our ambition, that Team Europe will continue to work as a catalyzer for investments on the continent, using innovative financing methods, our de-risking, our blended facility that really allows private funding to be combined with public one to deliver those goods. In 2019, our, let's say, the repository of those innovative financing, the European Fund for Sustainable Development, almost a quarter of our blended finance investments dealt with environment, water, and sanitation in sub-Saharan Africa. And we basically estimate that every euro invested in water and sanitation really has a return on investment of around 2, and in some cases even 5 to 5.5 euros. So let me maybe conclude with a quote from Leonardo da Vinci, who said that water is the driving force of all nature. And so I think we should use it wisely to protect health and save lives, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to reduce floods and droughts, and to achieve ultimately a more sustainable economic growth. And then I would like to paraphrase someone else, Benjamin Franklin, saying, let us not wait until the well is dry to know the worth of water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director General, for your words. I particularly liked the quotes as well. They make it a little bit more lively, but what I really appreciate is also you shedding light on all the work done through Team Europe, how we jointly and through concrete projects have contributed in this regard. So thank you so much for this, and I hope we will continue this journey on Africa Day in the coming years as well. Now, of course, is my special honor to welcome our State Secretary, Dr. Stanislav Raščan, who will be giving us the final speech. He's our final guest today, and I'm really pleased to welcome him to this. Dr. Raščan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Somehow everything disappeared from my screen, but I can clearly hear you. And my speech will be actually in Slovenian language. So it's a pleasure first to greet you in English, and then Excellency, cenjeni visoki gostje, gospe in gospodje.
Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we were able to successfully mark this jubilee, the 10th Africa Day International Conference. I'm personally glad that when I can recall how I participated in the 5th, 6th, even the 4th conference in the past, that was held at the beginning at the Chamber of Industry and Commerce. Today, we've had a great honor to have welcome remarks by the African Commissioner of Economy and Agriculture, the European Commissioner for International Partnerships, the Minister Minister for the Environment, Forestry and Fisheries of the Republic of South Africa, and Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Senegal, Finland, and Portugal. I would like to thank our esteemed guests for participating at today's conference, and especially I would like to thank them for their political commitment to enhancing cooperation between Africa and Europe for clean water for all. I would also like to thank all the participants in our panel discussions and their contributions on this very important topic. I'm very glad to be able to listen to the last panel discussions on economic cooperation. I think that we all agree that water means life. Without access to potable water, drinking water, we cannot build healthy and resilient societies. We cannot ensure sustainable development, green or inclusive growth. The importance of access to drinking water has been stressed in all global and regional strategic documents, the Agenda for Sustainable Development 2030, the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and the Green Deal of the European Commission. Today's discussion gives us a clear message. That is that we all need to speed up the development and become more ambitious in tackling the challenges related to water. We need more progress in data management, innovations, finances, and also capacity building. We can achieve all this if we join forces, if we build partnerships. As was said at the opening of the conference by Minister Logar, Slovenia has held deep knowledge on water and extensive experience on cross-border cooperation. We are willing to contribute even more within the EU. The EU has cooperated closely with Africa in the field of water. During the Slovenian presidency of the Council of the EU, we will endeavor to strengthen this partnership and to widen it. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us great global gaps in basic needs and basic services that are needed to protect ourselves before infectious diseases. 3 billion people were without soap or water to wash their hands during this pandemic. And all this made it even more clear that Slovenia needs to put water on top of our agenda. We will begin our presidency to the Council of the EU with a high-level event on health and water. This event will shed light on how important it is for the European Union and the African Union to deepen the cooperation in health, to improve access to water, and to improve access to hygiene and sanitation services, also in healthcare facilities. During the pandemic, we saw the advantages of digitalization. Digitalization in water management can improve efficiency and also, on the other hand, increase the risks related to cyber threats and cyber attacks. This is why we were able to exchange information and experience with the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva on cybersecurity, and we are very grateful for that. Dear friends, when people are talking about water, they usually think about rivers, lakes, or seas, or even the underground water. All around the world, even in Slovenia, the underground water is a source of drinking water. Unfortunately, these resources are being smaller and smaller or maybe polluted. Unfortunately, there are no legal frameworks for cross-border aquifers, which is a risk for our future. Next year, the World Water Day will focus on underground waters, as well as the development cooperation and report on water. In September 2020, UNESCO will host a UN conference on underground water. Slovenia in this area has extensive knowledge, but it also has a lot of experience, and we are willing to share our experience with our African partners and global partners. We, in fact, have already begun with this during our education training partners for GEO staff within the project PANAF-GEO. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm convinced that this Jubilee Africa Day, as all the previous editions of this international conference, reaffirms Slovenia's commitment to enhancing bilateral ties with African countries and organizations. This event also re-enhances our efforts to deepen the partnerships and cooperation in tackling common challenges. I believe that this conference fed into the wider discussions on these important topics and strategic measures as we prepare to the next summit between the African Union and the European Union. I'm looking forward to our fruitful cooperation also in the future. To conclude, let me thank again our high-level guests and all of you listening in to this conference, and a big thank you also to our partners, Chatham House and the European Commission. They allowed us to conduct this event in such a successful manner. I would like to thank also our team at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially Natalia and all the others. And let me extend a warm welcome to all of you for the next year's event, the 11th Africa Day.
For all the highlights, but also the announcements. First, the announcements on what will be our priorities and our projects during the upcoming presidency, but also for announcing next year's Africa Day. I especially appreciate that, and we will be working very hard to make it a success, hopefully in Ljubljana, which I think we're all really waiting for, to finally be able to welcome all our high-level guests and all our partners and everyone who has joined us today, that we would be able to have this discussion live. And I think it would be really, really nice to do so. So today we have discussed policies, investments, role of business, role of culture and creative industry, innovation, and other aspects of this important topic of our work on water. And now we have finished with the speeches and the discussions, and we will be able to enjoy the cultural program that was prepared for this special Day of Africa. And the title of this cultural program is Africa, My Africa. But before we switch to the video, I would like to thank all the high-level guests with their contributions. All of you who joined us today for Africa Day, online or through Zoom or online. And very, very special thanks to all the colleagues who have worked tirelessly in the past weeks to make this happen, especially my colleague Monica Percic, who has already been mentioned, and our colleagues in the Chatham House, Tigisti Amara, Fergus Kell, Catherine Harris, and Yusuf Hassan. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to put this through. Thank you so much. Also a special shout out to Elizabeth Donnelly, who was also joining us and working with us very, very hardly from Chatham House. Thank you so much. But now the really pleasurable part, and that is our cultural program, Africa, My Africa. And until we meet again in Ljubljana next year. Thank you, everyone.
Afrika, moja Afrika. Afrika ponosnih vojščakov na savanah prednamcev. Afrika, ki jo moja stara mati opeva na svojem daljnem bregu veletoka. Nikdar te nisem poznal.
A moj pogled je poln tvoje krvi, tvoje lepe črne krvi, po poljih prelite krvi znoja, znoja tvojega dela, dela v sužnosti, sužnosti tvojih otrok.
Afrika, povej mi, Afrika, je res tvoj ta hrbet, ki se upogiba in ulega pod pezo ponižnosti, ta drhteči, rdeče marogasti hrbet, ki prikimava biču na južnih poteh. Resnoben glas mi odgovori: zaletavi sin, tisto močno, mlado drevo, tisto drevo, ki stoji veličastno, samo med cvetjem, belim, obletelim.
To je Afrika, tvoja Afrika, ki na novo poganja, ki poganja potrpežljivo, a neomajno. In njeni sadovi počasi dobivajo trpek okus, okus po svobodi.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble, God's gonna trouble.
Sawa sawa lowi, garankukelewe. Sawa sawa la, sesato. Londo yoso, karakayawale. Warandi sawa sawa la ya, sungu yero weta. Sinela veila, okofa yela yela. Lama sawa. Sawa sawa lowi, garankukelewe. Sawa sawa la, sesato. Londo yoso, karakayawale. Warandi sawa sawa la ya, sungu yero weta. Sinela veila, okofa yela yela. Lama sawa.
Voda. Ko pomislim na to, kaj je voda, me prešine vrsto misli. Prve misli me vodijo. Da, voda je življenje. Da, voda je enakost. Da, voda je energija. Da, voda je narava. Da, voda je naša hrana. Zato je letošnji dan Afrike posvečen ravno tej energiji, tej naravi, tej hrani in tej enakosti, ki nam jo daje voda.
Preko kulturnega programa, ki je nastal v sodelovanju s kulturnim umetniškim društvom Baobab, ki ga vodi Delanda Dialo, Studija 25 pod kulturnim vodjem Manše Kagao Knez in Mednarodnim kulturnim zavodom Ritem Afrike, ki ga vodi Emina Baj, se bomo sprehodili ravno po tej vodi, poskušali prikazati enakost in energijo ter se za trenutek pobegniti v brezskrbno življenje. Pester plesno-glasbeni repertoar pa verjamemo, da bo nahranil marsikatero dušo gledalca in poslušalca. Delanda, Maša in Emina bi se ob tej priložnosti zahvalile vsem sodelujočim na kulturnem dogodku, ki svojo energijo, predanostjo in zavedanjem o pomembnosti življenja in enakosti pomembno prispevajo k ozaveščanju. Prav tako bi se na tem mestu organizatorke Dneva Afrike zahvalile Ministrstvu za zunanje zadeve, ki je podprl in s tem omogočil ta čudoviti dogodek na 10. obletnico Dneva Afrike v Sloveniji.
Eni najlepše pojejo, ko se jim splača, na radiju, na televiziji. Drugi ne pojejo, če ni ukaza, samo tako se prav jim zdi. Tretji najraje pojejo v skupini, pesmi v spomin na dobre stare dni. Četrti pojejo v naročju drugih, v objemu zbeganih noči. Peti ne pojejo in ne bi peli, tudi če pojejo lepo. Tudi če prosiš in jih prepričuješ, ne slišiš njihovih glasov. Kaj pa jaz? Jaz najlepše pojem, ko sem žalosten, najraje pojem, ko sem sam. Kaž vrgolim, ko gre vse narobe in ko propade zadnji plan. Najlepše pojem, ko sem žalosten, najraje pojem, ko sem sam. Kaž vrgolim, ko vidim konec zgodbe, najlepše pojem, ko sem žalosten, najraje pojem, ko sem sam. Kaž vrgolim, ko gre vse narobe in ko propade zadnji plan. Najlepše pojem, ko sem žalosten, najraje pojem, ko sem sam. Kaž vrgolim, ko vidim konec zgodbe, spomine daleč stran. Najlepše pojem in obljubim, res najlepše. Najlepše pojem, obljubim, res najlepše. Najraje pojem in obljubim, res najlepše. Nadeže vanda.
Nuneshi Eyajelen Eyelemli Noviano Bahi Kayen Komo Emami Eye oh Ebi Nuneshi Eyajelen Eyelemli Noviano Mahi Kayen Koma Emami Eye oh Ebi Nuneshi Eyajelen Eyelemli Noviano Bahi Kayen Kama Emami Shosholoza.
Shosholoza. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Wenu yabaleka. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Shosholoza. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Wenu yabaleka. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Wenu yabaleka. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe. Kulezontabas tinelas kume Zimbabwe.
Shosholoza is a song from Zimbabwe. It is about the journey to South Africa by Zimbabwean miners who are working in gold and diamond mines. The journey itself was long and tiresome, and they spent more than 6 months at times without their families. Today, however, it is a song we are singing against all forms of oppression and repression.
Mula.